Kansas City. Make sure to follow on Instagram and Twitter and subscribe on YouTube. This is Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Vern's Hot Stove Show, Thursday nights starting at 6, right here on 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, here we go. The Darryn Peterson start to the show. Didn't see it. I can't wait to have that conversation today. Because, you know what, we'll just hold off on that. Maybe. But, look, great week for local teams. K-State won on Tuesday night. Mizzou did everything they could to piss that one away last night, up 20 with about 6 minutes left, 1-1. KU, no trouble in the Gallagher Arena in Stillwater, Oklahoma, as they took care of Oklahoma State last night. Darryn Peterson was great for a short bit of time. But he didn't need to do anything else. But he checked himself out. What's the situation going to throw at us next is Darryn Peterson in 2026. I bet there's a lot of people that, quite frankly, don't care, don't need to hear about him, but I bet you watch him. A lot of people mad. I don't know. It's fascinating, man. It's one of those situations that we've never seen before because the situation's never presented itself the way that the sport is. And I think that there's different people that have different ways of seeing it, and this is the man that is, I don't know, best college basketball coach currently in the game.
Well, we've had it more than a couple of times, and I didn't anticipate that tonight at all. I thought he was good to go, but obviously we only got 18 minutes out of him, and you know, that's disappointing because he could have had a really big night, but you know, one thing about it is it's happened often enough that our guys have learned to play without him, even though that's not the way we want to play. But that's certainly something that we're not unaccustomed to, you know, right now.
So there's three things I hear in that audio. One, the team knows what the team deal is, right? Mm-hmm. Here's what it is. We got this dude right now. This is a weird situation, but you guys know who you are. So there is two teams that Bill Self is coaching.
Yep.
There's the Darryn Peterson-led team, and then there's the Darryn Peterson not-led team. Hell of a job. Wrap up the award, give him Coach of the Year right now. Because not only that, but he's a top 10 team, probably going to be a 2 seed, could be a 1 seed in the tournament, maybe at the worst a 3 seed. Still, great season for Bill Self. 2, he's over it, is what I hear in that. He's like, I mean, disappointing. I thought he was good to go, only got 18 out of him, but this has happened enough this year. And then the other one is that, he still wants him to clearly go off and be this special player because it is sexy when you see that what was it, Arkansas-Alabama game goes to double overtime and one kid scores 49, the other kid scores 36, whatever it was. DeBanz is putting up 35. And Darryn Peterson looked like, Bob, last night he could have had 50 points.
Well, it's really funny that we're kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth right now with Darryn Peterson. The ultimate goal of the game is to win the game, and that's what Kansas did, right? They went out there, they won the game. And, we always just want to see our team win is what we say. But now we want to see Darryn Peterson play. And I'm in that same boat. I turned the game on last night when it started at 8 o'clock on the box, and I'm like, all right, can't wait to see Darryn Peterson. And boy, was that a great first half, guys. I mean, what a marvelous first half for Darryn Peterson. And I was watching him last night, and I'm like, God, next to Billy Thomas from those late 90s teams, I don't know that I've seen a better shooter at Kansas than Darryn Peterson. He can hit from anywhere on the floor. He's just automatic. He's so good at what he does, and then he leaves the game, playing 18 minutes, dropping 23 points. I mean, he's a marvel to watch, and that's when the game goes off. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't going to stay up and watch, that whole game last night, and then Darryn Peterson goes out. There's really no reason.
You didn't need to watch it anyway.
No, you didn't need to watch the game, but watching him is different than, watching the game. And so, you're torn both ways, but I've just come to the conclusion of this is what it's going to be. I'm not going to get worked up over it. I'm just going to enjoy when I get to watch Darryn Peterson, because quite honestly, once April 6th goes and the national championship is crowned, I'll never watch the kid play again. So I'm going to go out because I'm not an NBA fan. So I'm just not going to turn on a game to watch Darryn Peterson. It's not my MO. It's not my thing, right?
What if he somehow goes to the Knicks?
Very rare. Give me the postseason, NBA regular season.
I don't know.
Nah, I'm not.
Cat.
No. I'm not.
Guys,
I don't like basketball. I don't know how many times I need to tell you I don't like the sport, but I like this kid. I like marvels. I like phenoms. I like watching things that are unique and different. And he obviously is. And he won't be unique and different in the NBA, though. He'll fit in and he'll be a guy. And there will not be this kind of conversation about Darryn Peterson, I don't think, ever again once he gets into the NBA. People say, oh, he's a nice player, but he won't have this much spotlight and this much, kind of conversation. And I went to bed last night and woke up to a text from my buddy Jim again this morning, 75 years old, out skiing, pissed off at the world because of what went on with Darryn Peterson last night. What's their alibi now? And I was like, you wake up and you see that and you're like, that's a legitimate question now. What's the alibi now? What are they going to make up now? And then you hear Bill Self basically say, F this. I'm tired of it. I would like to see this kid, go out there and dominate and have a big game. And he's not interested in doing that. He's interested in just doing enough to give you the opportunity to win a game. And when they feel like the game's in control, I believe that's when Darryn Peterson raises his hand and says, I'm done for the night. We've got a 20-some point lead. I don't really need to do this anymore. I am going to go to the bench and I'm going to take the rest of the night off. Now, I hope that does
Bill Self pro.
Yeah, like right? Did he not take himself out of the game yesterday?
Sure.
Right?
Apparently, that's what it looks like.
He calls his own shots.
He calls his own shots, and like, what are we going to do about it? There's nothing. Like, there's nothing we can do about it as fans. That's where the sport is at this point in time, and the powers that be, Bill Self included, allowed the sport to get to where we are right now. And so now they've made the bed and we have to live with it. If they would have just started to allow these guys years ago to make money off of their name, to have autograph signings, to cash in on jerseys, all of that kind of stuff, I don't think we're in this situation. But the powers that be of college sports became so arrogant, they became so ignorant that no matter what we do, we're the boss and here's the rules. And then all of a sudden those rules changed overnight and now nobody knows what to do and everybody's looking out for number one. And so these are the rules that have been created by the folks who have run college sports for the last 50 years. And so I look at Darryn Peterson and now I'm to the point where I'm not going to complain about how much he didn't play. I'm just going to enjoy that he did play and what he did do because his performance on the court, guys, is better than anything I've ever seen. I mean, it's wild to watch this guy. It doesn't matter if he's from the left elbow, the right elbow, behind the arc, and in the lane. He hits shots, those mid-range jumpers that are just gross, terrible shots that nobody should ever take, drains them, never hits the rim. Never hits the rim. So I'm just going to enjoy what I get to watch right now. I'm not get myself worked up anymore over Darryn Peterson because I know what the rules are. He ain't playing if he doesn't feel like it. And if they get a big lead, peace out. I'm going to go sit on the bench.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of the rules, honestly, at this point. I love it. He's taking advantage of the system. And hopefully this gets bad enough and it's big enough story. Hopefully where maybe this gets fixed and we actually have some relegation or regulation and some stipulations in these contracts that, you have to play the certain amount of games, a certain amount of minutes or whatever it is to earn said money. But I mean,
let me ask you this, though. Are we past that already, though, where guys aren't going to agree to that? Like,
possibly.
If KU says to you, you got to play, you got to average 30 minutes a game, let's say, in order to get your full money. And some other school says, I don't care how long you play, we're going to pay you. You're going to go to that other school. So that may be out of the bag already now, too.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about baseball or are we talking about college basketball?
This is minor league sports.
Yeah,
this is what it is.
Yeah.
And that's what they've wanted it to be. That's what they've created. And so that's what he's waiting to do. He's waiting to get to the majors. And so he did what he needed to do last night. He's Jack Caglione and double in AAA. Dude, he doesn't need this.
Right. And then he'll go to the NBA and we'll see ultimately what happens. He'll be playing amongst guys that are just as good or better than him. And, we'll see how he can handle it. We'll see what his mental makeup is on the NBA. When he first gets challenged, Darryn Peterson's never been challenged. I can tell you that right now. Like, he's playing against other guys, but my God, the difference level. The difference, maybe, I guess they did.
Iowa State just swarmed him. I'm not saying the guys that were guarding him were better, but their tactics had him in fits.
Yeah, but good thing in the NBA they don't play defense, they say. So.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. go man, right? Like there's just nothing to really say about it. Like you now should know what it is.
Yeah.
Because it is one of those, it's a comet burning bright. It's going to be here and then it's going to be gone. And here we are talking about a situation that's also, I think, infuriating with people because it is new.
Yeah.
Like the newness is still in the air
Great
of
point.
like what this is currently in college basketball. Like, because there are people that I've told, like for the love of God, my family and I, we had a conversation about this Sunday, like before dinner was on the table. Cause my dad was like, is he like, what is going on? And I like basically explained to him Mac's take, where I was like, if you're mad at Darryn Peterson, go get mad at the college basketball, which is what you just basically all said. And so he was like,
Totally.
He just kind of sat back. He's like, I get it. Now, I can also say the subbing myself out.
Well, that
sort of stuff, I can't defend that.
No, that's
just kind of
crazy.
It's a wild thing to do because that's Bill Self, right? Like that's like,
and that's you saying you're bigger than Kansas basketball.
Yeah,
which you're not.
Not Kansas basketball.
Yeah.
No.
You're bigger than all of it. Like it doesn't matter if it's Bill Self. If Roy Williams was sitting behind Bill, he'd have gone to Roy and been like, "Hey, let Bill know."
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, he's not bigger than Kansas basketball. Like, nobody is. You don't check yourself out of a game like that.
I mean, we're not talking about Kansas. We're talking about Darryn Peterson.
I know.
So right now, he is bigger than Kansas.
Not as a program. He's not now.
In the current time, yes.
No, I'll
Are
argue
they talking
that.
about Kansas on Colin Cowherd?
Yeah, but nobody's bigger than any team that they play for. Like, Patrick Mahomes is not bigger than the Chiefs. Darryn Peterson's not bigger than like
Bobby Witt Jr. is bigger than the Royals.
No, I don't think so. You're an
Starting
organization.
shortstop on the World
What
Series.
are we talking about? Bigger topic?
Topic versus, bigger
I
topic.
I would say,
topic,
yeah.
sure.
I thought that's what we were at.
Yeah, I
like
would say,
talking point, like yes.
Talking point, yes.
Talking
but
point, topic, I would
but
say
this
yes.
guy, like I'm
Bobby
talking
Witt,
about though, like he's moving himself out of the game. Like he's bigger than Kansas basketball. I'm just going to do what I want. This thing's been here 100 years.
Like,
I don't care about like the team or anything like that. I'm bigger than you. I'm going to move myself out of the game. I also wonder, though, guys, and I'll be honest, we say, he'll be there for the big moments. Will he, though? Will he be there for the big moments? Because some of the biggest moments we've already missed with Darryn Peterson. Everybody's like, by the time the tournament comes, he'll play 40. How do we know that? How do we know that once the tournament comes, he's going to play 40?
Well, Arizona versus Kansas in February is a huge game because it was number one Arizona. But if Kansas has an opportunity to play Arizona in the Elite Eight, where everyone is watching, then yeah, I think he plays.
I would hope. I would hope he doesn't take himself out at the 18-minute mark of the second half and go, peace out. I've played my minutes tonight. Best of luck the rest of the way.
If they're up 25, he will.
He will.
So again, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't have a problem with that. Like I gave you 21 points. I played 13 minutes. I can't be stopped. Your team has a fat cushion.
Yeah.
Go take care of it.
And that's what it looks like. I've given you this lead. I've done my job.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
And we've seen what's happened this week with freshmen in college basketball.
Exactly. If you want examples of why he does it, look at Caleb Wilson and look at Toppin.
JT Toppin.
Blew his ACL, done. Draft stock.
Again, I'm not mad at the kid. And I'm not even mad at the system anymore. It is what it is.
What it is.
And if I was mad and I got upset and I said, I'm not going to watch this kid, who am I hurting? I'm only hurting myself because you don't see greatness a lot in sports, right? You see Patrick Mahomes, you see Bobby Witt, you see Travis Kelce, you see some of these athletes that are, as we talked about last week, the overuse of the great word and the overuse of whatever we were talking about the other day about elite and all that kind of stuff. You see good players, you don't see stars like this a lot, right? And look, Kansas has had great players over the years. I've been watching this team since 1994, basically. I've never seen anything like this before.
He's elite.
So he is an elite player. And so if I sat there and said, I'm not going to watch Kansas basketball because I don't like what's going on, then I'm missing one of the great players that's ever played. And so I think as the older I've gotten, I've just started to look at sports a lot differently. I appreciate the moments. I appreciate the athletes. I appreciate what's going on because I do know how hard it is to get where these guys are and to do what they do. And when you go to college, you're setting yourself up to get a career, to raise a family, to do that whole thing. That's what Darryn Peterson's doing. He's doing what's best for his future. And for Kansas fans, you want him to do what's best for KU, and that's just not going to happen. And it's probably unlikely to happen moving forward as this era of college basketball continues to change and grow and move forward.
Can't really defend the situation with Darryn Peterson. It is what it is. I I also don't know if I can defend Rashee Rice. We'll dive into that on the other side here. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed. Well, that
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends over at Heartland Men's Health are saying, all right, let's get going, man. Let's get moving and let's take care of ourselves. But when you're tired or low on energy or not sleeping well, or maybe not even seeing progress at the gym, staying committed can be very tough. Heartland Men's Health can help. They can help you and go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. And they're all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate that fat loss. And with low T treatments combined with body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focused, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So you need to get in and see my friends over at Heartland Men's Health. They have been successfully treating men in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. And there's no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions and unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
This is Blake Banning with Shawnee Mission Ford. Ford has just announced an additional $2,000 in bonus cash that we are passing on to you, our customers. Shawnee Mission Ford is going to combine that with our large discounts and top trade allowances to save you thousands. You can save up to $9,000 off MSRP on 25 Explorers, $7,000 off MSRP on 25 Broncos, $6,000 off MSRP on 25 Bronco Sports, and $5,000 off MSRP on 25 Expeditions and F-150s. Shawnee Mission Ford, on a mission to do more in 26.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman, online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Are you raising your voice at all?
Yeah, don't raise your voice. That guy got some run yesterday. Happy to see that.
Did anybody defend him yesterday, the coach, Mr. Cronin? Because he was peacocking around that reporter was going to be embarrassed all day yesterday.
Pissed. No, I think even wasn't it Stephen A. Smith kind of let him have the business? He's like, look, he's a good guy. He's a good coach. But this is low-class bull crap. Or whatever he said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Set him up.
It is.
Bring him down. But it was,
perfect Stephen A. rant moment.
Yeah, for sure.
We all don't like this guy. All right, get Stephen A. in.
Yeah, fine. Stephen A., did you know who this guy was 2 days ago?
Oh,
right?
for sure.
Never.
Like Skip Bayless talking hockey or whatever. You know, like these guys.
Yeah.
Or me talking hockey.
Hey, yesterday was one of the great days in Olympic hockey. 3 overtime games to set up the semifinals. I mean, that was fantastic yesterday. That's why it's important to let these guys, from the NHL and the NBA participate in these things. They're all buying in. They're playing overtime games. It was a great hockey game yesterday, with the United States getting that 2-1 win in overtime. Fantastic to move on to the, to the semifinals. Fantastic day of hockey yesterday, man. That's why the World Baseball Classic is going to be great too. You've got all the stars of the games that are playing in these things, and people love playing for their country. So I think the Baseball Classic is going to be huge coming off the heels of what's going on with the Olympics right now.
Yeah, I can't wait for the World Baseball Classic. Extremely excited. So yesterday, randomly, I'm just driving home. Just had gotten off of Null. That's how quick I heard this come out on Cody and Gold show, and then it came out from TMZ about Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice. And now it appears his former girlfriend has filed a lawsuit. Very ugly lawsuit that of the descriptions that are in there. So allegedly he had done, some not so good stuff, right? And, Rashee's lawyer also released a statement yesterday. Said October 9th, 2025, well after the parties' relationship had ended, Ms. Jones stated under penalty of perjury in a sworn affidavit on a non-prosecution that Mr. Rice and I had a verbal argument, but he did not punch me. We will allow the legal process to run its course, and we will have no further comment at this time. In her case that she filed, at least that we heard, was there was headbutting and scratching and domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to get into graphic detail. I don't know what you guys think. But obviously, we live in a system of innocent until proven guilty. You have to go through the judicial process, make sure everybody gets all the evidence right, all the facts are set and sealed. But fellas, here we are again, and similar situation with the same guy. Sounds like where there's smoke, there's fire. And if it's me, and it's in a contract year, and you take the bias out of it being a hometown team, I get it, man. You want to be good. You want to have, but at the end of the day, at what cost is what I will ask you. I understand that you could say that she's had this, and look, I'm all for it. But again, I could almost bet you that this is not going to be the end of a Rashee Rice story in his career. Now dating Ruby Rose, very open about that on Instagram. While this is going on now, again, we obviously know about the car incident in Dallas. You peel back the onion and you find out college, there were issues as well. For me, you ain't going to sign him in the future. You can't probably get anything that you really want via trade because everybody knows about it now. And maybe you play the side of, you know what? He's like that pitcher on his final year, like James Shields was. We're just going to run you into the dirt. And then after this, nice knowing you. I'm over to the point of, I just don't want it around the team at all. I'm okay with the distraction of a big celebrity wedding this offseason.
That's a good thing.
I'm cool with that.
That's a good thing.
I'm cool with, I don't know. Everybody's famous on the Kansas City Chiefs. You got Sports Illustrated shoots. You got Taylor Swift. You got Jason Kelsey, all that. I'm good with that. I'm good to bitch and complain about the fact they have to travel to a foreign country if they have to do that. You know what I'm not good about? Talking about this over and over again. I just don't like it. I don't care that he's got a year left on his contract. For me, rip the Band-Aid off and move on.
It's a very interesting story because if this guy was playing for any other team, we'd all be like, get rid of him, get him out of here, get him out of here. No, there's no reason to have this guy around, right? That's the way it is. But he plays for the Chiefs, and so people look at football first, and then So if you're asking me what would Bob Fescoe do, or what do I think the Chiefs are going to do, because I think they're two very separate answers right now. What would Bob Fescoe do? I'm done. I'm ready to move on. And I would look at Rashee Rice and I'd be like, man. You want to talk about an opportunity that you just pooped away? I mean, how many people in this world get an opportunity, first of all, to play professional sports? A 0.1% of people, I think is what the number is. 0.1% of people get an opportunity to play professional sports. How many get an opportunity to play with the greatest quarterback of that generation when you're a wide receiver? 5. How many people get the opportunity to play in a system in Kansas City where they will do everything for you to make sure that you succeed, to take care of you, to make sure, they kept care of Tyreek Hill for all those years, right? They will do everything in their power to make sure that you have success. All you have to do is be a normal human being. And he's not. This is the third time now, guys, that I know of that since he's been drafted that he's been in the news, right? We had that nightclub incident that got taken away, but you start to add things up. This guy seems like somebody who, when unsupervised out in public, is causing issues. And so this is the third time now that he's been in the news. He's already been suspended for 6 games. He's missed a year and a half, essentially. Obviously, injury factors in as well. Dusty, I'm exactly with you. I just play the guy this year, and whatever happens, happens. Because you're not going to trade him right now. Trying to trade Rashee Rice would be like trying to trade, snow to all these folks that are standing out there in Italy. They don't want any more of it right now. It's enough, right?
Well, what kind of snow?
Well, that is true.
Okay.
Is it wet snow? Yeah, right. But like with Rashee Rice, you're not going to get anything for the guy. No team is going to give up anything for Rashee Rice at this point in time because they know if this is true, there's another suspension looming. And it's probably going to be a year suspension because now it's his second time. And so now he's out of contract. Now he'll be a free agent. And this is a guy that you look at and you, at the end of the day, I think in this moment of time, I feel sympathy for because he's had no direction in his life. He's had no good mentors. He's had no good leaders, no people that could pull him aside personally and say, hey, dude, you've got a great opportunity. There was a time when I was told they expected him to be the best wide receiver in franchise history. That's the kind of talent that he had. But you know what? When you have zero talent off the field, you can't have that talent on the field. And he's now a distraction for this organization. And he's a distraction for the fan base. And he's a distraction for me. Because I don't want to talk about guys, what ifs. I'm over that kind of stuff. And this is a guy who is not doing what he needs to do to put his job and his team first. He's a very selfish individual. And for that standpoint, I would move on from him. But the only way you're going to be able to move on from him is cutting him. And then you get nothing back in return. So I'm kind of with Dusty. You play this 4th year out. We're not even talking about a contract going forward.
Dr. Mackenstein?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt.
No, that's the thing.
When I read these allegations, I don't know why he'd get the benefit of the doubt. I'm not in the court. I'm just a radio guy, right? So I'm just a guy having an opinion. I read that. I'm like, whoa, okay, that doesn't sound good. I mean,
you're saying that because you've seen the evidence in the past. This isn't a first-time incident with him.
We've seen this over and over again, and he's had multiple chances to right his wrongs. I mean, sympathetic for him, sure, but am I going to say that no one's been in his ear and given him these opportunities to right his wrongs? Has he maybe had the opportunities early on growing up, maybe the examples shown in his life to put him in the situation? Sure, maybe not. Maybe he hasn't had those moments that maybe some of us have been privileged to. But man, this is something that the Chiefs just can't be dealing with. I'm out. I don't want to support someone that has these allegations towards them, especially this is the 3rd or 4th time. And this is a guy you talk about it, Bob, 22 years old. There's pictures of him hoisting the Lombardi Trophy with Patrick Mahomes, and now here we are 2 or 3 years later, and you are never going to sniff that again.
Yeah, you're absolutely not going to have that opportunity, and that's really sad that you had a golden opportunity, right? And the mentors and the coaches and the people that could pull him aside. Where were his college coaches in all of this too? Like, trying to make sure that, that he was following the rules and doing the right thing. Because Mac, you're right. This kid, if this was the first time, you get a benefit of the doubt, guys. Everybody gets the benefit of the doubt the first time. Second time, fool me once, fool me twice, as they say. And then, now you've got at least a third. The benefit of the doubt is gone in this situation. And if I am the Kansas City Chiefs, quite frankly, I've got to prepare just like they did when they thought Tyreek Hill was going to miss an entire year, back when those tapes came out, right? And they prepared and they panicked and McCole Hardman. But I think you have to prepare now for this guy to not be on your team. And so now wide receiver from 24 hours ago to where we are now has become a major need now for this organization. And all of a sudden, you're looking at the draft boards, you're looking at free agency, you're looking at potential trades, and you're looking and you're saying, now we're potentially down a wide receiver because of what this guy has done off the field. And so now we need to refocus all of our efforts on, kind of changing the team when maybe we didn't think we'd need to go out there and have to draft a wide receiver. It went from something that we wanted to now I think it becomes a need if you don't know what's going on with Rashee Rice.
I don't know the answer to this question. Maybe you guys have a feeling to this question. What's the one word that they've overused in this offseason?
Accountability.
Okay. What is a move like Andy Reid in front of the team before saying anything about the new season, just going up there and being like, all right, listen, Rashee's no longer with the team. We're going to address the media about that today, and we'll get forward, and we look forward to the challenge of the 2026 season.
Yeah, that's accountability.
There you go. Set the tone.
And I mean, look, because you asked, like, where's this college? I'm convinced that he just doesn't listen. We played audio, and I sat here proud of this young man because he's like, I got a mentor. I talked to these guys.
Yeah, that's right. He did say all that.
And I was like, all right,
Said
that's
the right things.
great. I'm like, that's great. I'm not getting burned again. Brother, I touched the stove. It burnt the piss out of my fingers. I'm not going near that again.
Yeah.
Because you would think, and I would hope, because I think Kareem is that guy today, that Kareem Hunt went up to Rashee Rice, was like, brother, here, man, check this out. There's video of me crying in the back of a cop car from a DUI of saying I blew an opportunity to be on one of the best teams ever.
Yep.
You were a rookie. And the worst thing that happened to you was Patrick Mahomes chewed your ass out on the sidelines, and then you caught one of the biggest first downs of this team's history in that game, and you won a Super Bowl. And unfortunately, you got into an accident because you were an idiot. Grow from that. You'll be all right. I grew from where I'm at. You have what I want. I could have had it, what you had it. It is what it is. It be but it be. This is what you got to do. And maybe he just doesn't listen. And if that's the case, if he's not listening to his college coaches and he's not listening to Kareem Hunt, a man who's done it, he's not listening to Andy Reid, he's not listening to Brett Veach, he's sure as hell not going to listen to Clark Hunt. He's not going to listen to anybody.
Right.
And quite honestly, like, morally, do I feel good? What do you use the term of? The ick? Every time he gets a big play, and I know that he's at it, but they're not going to sign him.
No.
Am I going to feel great about that? I don't see a lot of forward jerseys either.
No,
I don't
there's
think
not,
the fan base
no.
is going to miss him that much either.
There really is. Well, he hasn't really done anything, quite honestly. I mean, you mentioned the one play and whatnot. He's been out a year and a half. And
He's essentially played one full season in 3 years.
In 3 years, and has all this off the field stuff. Like, as a dad, I wouldn't have felt right buying my kid a Tyreek Hill jersey at all. Never would have felt right. Like, I still kind of go, oh, God, that's a kid wearing a Tyreek Hill jersey. And you're right about the Rashee Rice stuff. He's really giving you no reason to go out there and buy his jersey. He hasn't done anything that would warrant a fan going out and buying a Rashee Rice jersey. But, there are certain people, guys, that, we as society say, okay, let's help. You've got to want that help. You've got to be willing to be open to that help too. And it's like anything. It's like an alcoholic, a cigarette smoker, somebody like me who's, fat. And it has to be up to you to lose the weight, to quit the smoking, to stop the drinking, whatever it is that your vice that you're trying to get rid of. And, the organization can offer this guy help. The league can offer this guy help. But if he's not willing to listen and embrace that help, there's really nothing that they can do for this guy. And, we're to the point now where he no longer has earned the benefit of the doubt. He no longer gets a second opportunity, I think, in the court of public opinion. He has shown who he is. He has told us who he is. And from that standpoint, guys, when somebody tells you who they are, you need to accept it because that's who they are. Rashee Rice is just a guy that I just don't feel needs to be on this team anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is a guy who allegedly abused the mother of his children for 19 months.
Right.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
And
I'm good. That's different than football. Let's separate that.
Yeah, it ain't that big.
Right.
Yeah, right. This is a sport.
I'll say this. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. And maybe Mr. Rice is not guilty for everything that he is labeled for. And I pray that I hope that's the case. But here's the deal. The stories and the allegations continue. And quite frankly, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
And that's okay. It's okay to move on from these guys. Again, back to the Darryn Peterson kind of conversation. Rashee Rice isn't bigger than the Chiefs. Chiefs are going to be just fine without Rashee Rice. Would it hurt in the moment, and is it going to change things up a little bit? Yeah, you better believe it's going to change plans up a little bit. But as we talked about yesterday with failure, and, I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday who got kind of like a bad review at work. He was down in the dumps, and I'm like, it's okay, failure. You can learn from that. You can bounce back from that, take those things and learn. Yeah, the Chiefs right now may have to play without Rashee Rice, but the moral of the story is, y'all got to do a better job of vetting these players before you bring them into this system so we don't have this problem, right? Like, I'm to the point now, don't try to fix somebody. They're telling you who they are. Take somebody who you don't have to worry about the off-the-field stuff with because Rashee Rice has been, quite frankly, nothing but a headache since he's come here to Kansas City.
No doubt. So that is the report, obviously. We talked about it, his ex-girlfriend, not wife, right? Girlfriend?
I believe girlfriend.
Girlfriend, yeah.
Filing a lawsuit against Rashee Rice, which means now the NFL will investigate.
Oh, yeah.
The Chiefs are aware of that. So either way, we move on. Could be without Rashee Rice. And if Mike Tannenbaum is running the Kansas City Chiefs, could be without Travis Kelce.
Harry, I would move on from Travis Kelce, and let me tell you why. When you're in the front office, you have to project what a player is going to do, not what they've done. I've made that mistake countless times in my career, and Travis Kelce is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. But when you watch him and make an honest and sober evaluation of his 2025 performance, clearly his best days are behind him. We talked about their lack of explosive plays. If I was Kansas City, I would make the right, albeit difficult decision, move on from Travis Kelce, try to get younger, faster, more explosive at the tight end position.
Boy, did he watch Travis last year? I'm just going to ask that question out loud. Did you watch Travis last year? Because if I'm not mistaken, he was close to 1,000 yards receiving last year, right? He's basically pulling a Carrington and a Rob there. This guy was washed last year, guys. Washed, I tell you. The guy had 900 and some yards receiving last year. I mean, he was dialing in on 1,000 yards as he was playing in games that didn't matter at the end. Like, Travis Kelce did not take a step backwards last season. Did he get a little bit slower? Maybe, but who doesn't get a little bit slower when they age? That was just a bad analysis of a GM who was 2 games over 500. I mean, like, let's be honest here, Mike. I'm glad he admitted that he's gotten, he fell asleep on some players. But Travis Kelce isn't one of those players that I would look at and say, I'm going to get burned on, because you know that Travis is going to work and put in all the time and effort to be good next season. He's one of those guys, I think, that even older, you can trust that he's going to be out there ready to go when the season starts.
Yeah, I don't know if this makes sense at all, but I think the Travis Kelce that we all know shouldn't be there next year. I think the Travis Kelce that we should expect should be there next year. Because we had talked about this before, that the offense has to evolve. The offense will not evolve if it goes back to its original habits, right? Travis Kelce is, I think, what should be a security blanket or a very heavy option inside the red area. And I went to bed last night, had a dream that Travis Kelce was on one side, Mike Evans on the other side, and Patrick Mahomes was like, holy cow. I never knew it was this easy.
Hey, look, Mike Evans needs to play for a title he never got one, according to the Colin Cowherd show. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
It was on Colin Cowherd's show, but it was J-Mac. And that, we already know who's Richard of the Week, because that guy sucks.
J-Mac.
He never sniffed at the Super Bowl.
Actually, he did. Yeah,
actually,
he won one in his own thing
actually,
on COVID.
The team that you continue to crap on your entire time in the media got embarrassed by the team that he played on that won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Ain't knowing, sweetheart. Idiot. So I will say, though, that like with the whole like Kelce talk, it's kind of like the Peterson talk, when it comes to this, and this is what I mean. Like with Darryn
Peterson. Okay.
Yeah, like with Darryn Peterson, like I don't know what's gonna happen. He's just kind of gonna do what he's gonna do. Whereas like Travis Kelce, is he gonna come back? Is he gonna play? I don't know. He's just gonna do what he's gonna do because I think last season was kind of his like he really wanted it to be the end.
He did, yeah.
And it wasn't the end. And we saw he came back in good shape, had all these sort of like good attributes on him going into the season, and then it was like, well, I wanted that to be the end, but my ride or die fell off due to an injury.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna come back, but like, hey man, like I'm not gonna put in that much work. Like hopefully you guys can like put people around me, but like I'll be here. But that's what I want Travis Kelce to be. I don't want Travis Kelce to be that Travis Kelce. I want Travis Kelce to be like the see you on the way out. Hey, I'm gonna play. What do you think? 75% of the snaps, maybe.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
More than Darryn Peterson.
That's where I want him to be too. But now the football conversation of the Rashee Rice thing comes into play
Sure,
here.
exactly.
That's not really the place that the Chiefs are in now. Let's just be clear. Rashee Rice isn't on the team. The Chiefs have two wide receivers
that's
exactly
on this
right.
team. Yes.
And we don't necessarily know
Who
who
you
one of
talking
them
like
is.
Jalen Royals and
Xavier Worthy. Those are the
Worthy,
two wide receivers on this team. And I don't know if we really love either of those guys. Right. Love the idea of Jalen Royals and Xavier Worthy. It's dwindling hope, right?
Didn't they bring back that Brownlee guy?
Okay, Jason Brownlee might be on the roster.
Disrespect.
Yeah, but the wide receiver position now is all of a sudden the number one position that you need to fix. I mean, it was defensive line, but you legitimately have no wide receivers on your roster right now.
And if that's the case, then this just really does become like what you were talking about, Bob, right when the season ended. Like, all right, guys, 2026 is going to be a gap year. Like that's really what it becomes. And maybe eat your vegetables, save money, really take a break from the cap and get ready for 2027. That's kind of where I hate saying it because I was so against that. But with this Rice stuff and talking about actual, like looking at this football team,
you guys want the Chiefs to tank?
No, it's not. It's not necessarily tanking.
Sounds a lot like tanking.
It's not tanking. It's knowing where you are right now. Like I keep going back to Jay Binkley from yesterday, talking about how this draft isn't that good, and the 27 draft is kind of where the sweet spot is. You can get a lot of picks, in 27 and try to change your team. But I think there's just a lot of work to do right now. I just think there's a lot more work to do on this team and with this roster than any of us as fans are really wary of. And that's why I said once the season ended, I think it's not a tank year. It's like all right, we've got to hit the reset button a little bit, right? We've got to clean some things up. We've got to get rid of some contracts. We've got to get rid of some players. Every team needs a house cleaning every once in a while. And it's okay to kind of go through that house cleaning. You'll never be in a tank year if you have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid around because they've got other things in mind. Like Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are now playing and coaching for legacy. They're not in this anymore to see what we can do from year to year. It's all about how do we improve our legacy. And Andy Reid, I would imagine, wants to be the winningest coach in NFL history. If he takes on a season where it's another 6-11 type thing, he won't get there. He will not get there as the winningest coach of all time. So I do believe that there are outside forces that are contributing to what they want to do as a team. Does it make sense to take a gap year? You bet it does. But it doesn't when you have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes on your team that are playing for history. And if Patrick Mahomes has another sub 500 season, his legacy starts to take a hit. And so does Andy Reid's legacy at this point in time. Starts to take a hit if they go below 500 again and miss the playoffs 2 consecutive years with that coach-quarterback combination. That's going to be a black eye for those guys. And so they don't want that. They know how important it is to keep winning. And so I think they're going to put their best foot forward. Will it work? Sometimes maybe it doesn't. But I just don't think we're going to see one of those years with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes where they just say peace out like the Browns.
Chiefs will go 12-5 next year and win the AFC West.
Have you seen what their over-under number was yesterday? They came out.
I'm going 12.
10.5 yesterday, guys.
I'm going over.
10.5.
Love it.
Suck it, haters. Chiefs are winning the AFC West. 12 games, get in the playoffs. Then everything.
They'll figure it out. Like they'll make some move, and we'll be like, wow, we don't have a wide receiver issue anymore.
They can take a rest year, gap year, and still win 11.
Right. Remember,
games.
Rest year, gap year was a Super Bowl championship a couple of years ago, right?
That doesn't mean they shouldn't compete. Yeah.
Rest year or gap year, this reporter probably ought to just retire because he got bodied by an Olympic athlete. We'll play that, plus talk about what yesterday was, because I got to figure out the rules of hockey. 96.5 The Fan, you're home for Kansas City Sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you
you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics want you to feel awesome this spring, right? Get ready to go outside and do some beautiful things like play golf, play tennis, pickleball, all of that fun stuff that you love to do. But if you've got sore joints, you're probably thinking, I can't do any of that. But what if I told you 40,000 people had sore joints and they don't anymore because they went and saw my friends over at QC Kinetics. They found the nation's leader in cellular level treatments. They revitalize your joint tissue naturally. Patients who thought surgery was the only answer are getting their lives back thanks to QC Kinetics advanced regenerative treatments. And surgery isn't always the answer. QC Kinetics uses safe, natural treatments to activate your body's healing power with zero downtime. Get started now to ease all that inflammation. You won't have surgery. You won't have those meds. You won't have the downtime. 40,000 people can't be wrong. So do your research and call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, your favorite winter sports with same-game parlays. Live betting, earn BetMGM reward points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Sign up again with bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire in 1 to 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Missouri side, 70 westbound, getting heavy around 470, moves better past Lee's Summit Road. In Lee's Summit, US 50 westbound, slow rolling from 291 south up to 470. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
I'll tell you this, the flag is getting wrapped tighter and tighter around your boy's back. Yesterday was a fun day for the Olympics because competition, or I guess playoff hockey, absolutely slays.
Smash.
Olympic playoff style overtime hockey.
Hello, America.
You better believe it. Or I know that I'm hard, or I can feel it down in my plums. The plums were vibrating yesterday watching men's hockey, right? Scored in the second period, I believe, go to the third up 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
First power play of the entire thing happens. I'm doing really good right now. And the United States had, been penalized. Here comes the power play. Couple of shots where I don't know if this is a normal thing in hockey. I'm dead ass serious right now. Everything that when you hear a ting right from the opposing team, you're like, oh God, I can't see it, but I heard it, so I know it's close. And then bang, 1:31 left, and Sweden ties it with the Americans. And I'm like, well, that sucks. But again, I know hockey. I've seen guys score in 12 seconds. Giggity. And I'm thinking, all right, watch the Americans somehow win this with 1:31 left. Doesn't happen. What do we get? Next goal wins 3v3 OT world stage. Couldn't even have my ceiling fan on. Stiff. And so I'm watching that going, maybe I should get more into hockey. But then it's you hear all the people say, well, that's what it's like in the playoffs. So you got to wait till playoffs. So that's fair. But boy, what a finish that game was yesterday as the Americans end up winning with a hell of a goal, dude. They win 2-1 and they advance.
Yeah, it's on to Slovakia. 2:10 tomorrow on NBC. That's it's a great Friday afternoon showcase for a lot of people, including yours truly. So 2:10 on NBC. They will play Slovakia. That's right after the Canadian team takes on Finland earlier in the day.
2:10 our time.
2:10
right?
our time. 2:10 Central Time. Yes, and then the Canada takes on Finland, and the two winners will meet for the gold medal, which will take place, I guess, on Saturday or Sunday. Obviously,
I know that I'm hard. USA.
Yeah, I mean, we got that today in the women's. I mean, 12-10 today, you've got the opportunity to see the United States and Canada take on each other for gold on the women's side, and then potentially we may see the United States and Canada play each other on the men's side for gold, which would be outstanding to have that kind of drama, if you will, for the final day of the Olympics. But it was great yesterday. It wasn't just our game. 3 of the 4 quarterfinal games, I guess you call them, went into overtime yesterday, and they were outstanding. That's what this Olympics has been about for me, is just watching just awesome things happen that you just don't normally see, from the skiing to the snowboarding to the hockey to the speed skating, everything in between. It's got people fired up. And if it ends up being Canada and the United States for gold this weekend, yeah, man, remember last year when we had United States for Canada, the Kachuk brothers were beating the hell out of people right before the game started? That got people fired up, right? That got people ready to go. You wrapped yourself in the flag. And that was the Frozen Four? Is that what that was? I think that's what they call it. The Four Nations. The Four Nations, yeah. The Four Nations Classic.
Hockey,
everybody
dude.
loved
Hockey's
that,
great.
right? You know what? There's no better sport in person than a hockey game.
Maybe I should just stop buying baseball cards and spend that money on season tickets to the Mavs Center Ice.
Yeah, there we go.
It's not the same as the NHL.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying it is Captain Buzzkill, but it's going to get me involved in what hockey is.
Yeah, but it's not Captain Buzzkill because it's like you go to minor league baseball and you think, oh, this is like, it's just not the same. Like the T-Bones aren't the Royals, right? It's just not the same type of product out there. It is to an extent.
Do they not play by the same rules?
Yeah, but it's not the
I
same
don't know
caliber
the rules of
of
hockey.
player.
That's what I'm not going there to expect. I'm not expecting to see Brady Kachuk come out in a horse on his chest.
That's the difference, though. You go to an NHL game, you're like, wow, it's the wow factor. You go to a Mavericks game, like, okay, fine, no offense, it's minor league hockey. It's not
to
the
a Mavericks
NHL.
game and drink beer? Can I go there and watch a fight potentially?
Oh, yeah.
And can I learn the rules of hockey?
Well, if you want to learn the rules, sure. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
That, yeah.
That's why I think I should get into hockey. I need to learn this sport.
I've had more fun at minor league hockey games and minor league baseball games than major, but for different reasons. To Bob's point,
yeah,
it's because it's cheaper beer and it's a different vibe. But
you're not paying attention because you really don't care, so you're making out in the crowd.
That's my MO. Come on, I'm at a sporting event. Hannah and I are making out. But yeah, I will say it is different, but still super fun. I would absolutely let's go. I'll be there with you. Center ice.
And when there's a fight, we gamble on who wins.
There we go. Let's get to the wall. I want to get right up to the
you sit on the glass. Yeah, the sit on the glass is fun. And
you ever seen Lethal Weapon 3? They go to a hockey game. And it's sick.
But you go to an NHL game, and it is the best thing you will ever attend. Those athletes are phenomenal. How fast they skate, what they're able to do. There's no better sporting event than an NHL game in person. It is wildly entertaining.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
And it's different on TV, just like baseball. Baseball's so much better in person. The only thing that's better on TV, in my opinion, is football, right? Football's great on TV. It's better on TV, in my opinion, than in person.
Much better.
Every other sport is so much better in person than it is on television.
Agreed.
Yeah, we got to get season tickets on the glass.
I'm in.
And just be the Max Mavs.
Yeah, Max Mavs. I'm in.
Getting pucky with Dusty. I don't know if that works. Probably not.
We'll workshop that.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that out. I also thought of like power play in sports other than hockey. And I think we have done this before. That's why I put like in the.
Yeah.
I feel like we did this.
We may have. I don't know.
I think we did it with baseball.
We did, and I remember like Spectre had some idea of putting like your 3 best hitters up or something in extra innings.
And so like what I thought is like for a half inning or for the first 2 outs, the team batting can tell the defensive team defender has to go. Can be anybody on the field except the pitcher or the catcher.
So you're playing the Royals, you'd be like, Bobby Witt's out.
I'd be like, shortstop gone.
Yep.
Or maybe you have 2 right-handers coming up and you're like second baseman out.
Gotcha.
Or first baseman out. Then you have to make the second baseman play first or straddle the bag because somebody's got to catch the ball if it's a ground ball. And
I'd love to see the chaos of that.
yeah,
that's fun.
The other one I would
especially see baseball people squirm.
Yeah, because then you could also be like, we're going to take the center fielder out. You got Bobby Witt Jr. coming up. All right. You going to take away the alleys? All right, Bobby, hook one here. Inside the park, home run. Be sick. The NBA, I think it's obvious, 5-on-4, similar to hockey.
Good.
Like,
how do you determine who's 5, who's on 4?
The team that got the flagrant one has to sit that guy out for 2 minutes, and the team that didn't has the 5 guys to man the court.
So like a legit power play.
Yeah, legit, like the obvious. Like,
yeah, that'd be good. 5-on-4
seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Or their 3 points are worth 4s. You could.
Now we're getting a little too out there.
Yeah.
You know, but
I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah.
Or you get a 6th man. 6 on 5.
6 on 5.
Yeah, but
then that's too much.
That's too much.
Too many
The
people.
court's not big enough.
Yeah. 5-on-4, good.
Yeah, 5-on-4 is perfect. Don't overthink that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the easiest ones
Less
are
is
right
more.
there. Yeah, it is.
You go to Costa Vida, you need just 3 things. I've done that before.
You don't need to have 3s worth 4s because that doesn't really change the game at all.
Yeah, you don't want to be Spaldy when you go to the concession stand. I want a cheeseburger, a Frosty. You'll get nothing like it. And then the NFL. I thought this is the best way to do this. If a team commits like a, excessive penalty, a player that is defenseless for the next 2 minutes of actual game clock, not because, 2 minutes in the NFL is like 1 second in the actual game, a safety has to be removed from the field on the defensive side. On the offensive side, you're down a weapon.
How do you get to a power play in baseball?
I would say that you either hit a guy or you.
What if you challenge wrong?
I'm going to say that too. Lose a challenge.
Yeah.
No, not lose a challenge. Like if you challenge and the play is upheld, you got to remove a fielder. Like there should be some sort of punishment for challenging wrong, stopping the game, all that kind of stuff. Maybe I don't know. I'm just thinking like how you get to a power play in baseball and what would constitute that. And it would really, I would think, really question a lot of these guys and some of the calls that they make too, you know?
Did you know the KC Mavericks mascot's name is Mac?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Mac the Maverick. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying, dude. And we could have some cowbells, dude.
Need more cowbell.
We could have a lot of fun.
I'm in. Love hockey.
And it's going to be here for 2 more years, at least.
Then they're going to move to Olathe.
Smash.
Who has a place first, the Royals or the Mavericks?
Coming up next, a McDuffie trade hypothetical here on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
The excitement of the Winter Games is well underway. You want to know why betting the Winter Games on FanDuel makes sense? Because you got the game lines. You're keeping an eye on USA hockey and Canada hockey. You're looking at the medal counts and who has the most gold medals, who will end up with the most gold, who will have the total medal count lead at the end of this thing. You want to find your angle on the events you care about most. And maybe that's bobsled. We had a guest on just last week talking about bobsledding. FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Bobsled runs that go by in a flash. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel a little different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. The Winter Games are packed with action, different events, different contenders each and every day. You'll want to keep up with all the action on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 in President, Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Blue Creek Wagyu is here to prove there's never been a better time to follow through with your resolution to eat better. Heart-healthy, low-cholesterol, authentic American, full-blooded Wagyu steaks and beef will help you hit all your goals this year. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day, and their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut, crafted for exceptional beginnings. Join the Booth Creek Revolution at boothcreekwagyu.com. The last 3 days of the winter sale is happening now at Peter's Clothiers. Save up to 50% off all suits, sport coats, and sportswear. Save big with sizes to fit every man. Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line Road.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
J. Rieger & Co. Straight Bourbon Whiskey, winner of Best Craft Bourbon at the 2025 Ascot Awards. At 90 proof, it's rich, well-balanced, and oh so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City. J. Rieger & Co. Oh so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Traffic for DM Entry Law, Missouri side, 70 westbound. A little heavy past Woods Chapel and stays off again on again slow into the 470 interchange. A couple more slow spots around Noland. And past that, things look good into downtown. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
If you're looking for more NFL draft coverage, go subscribe and follow the Character Concerns podcast with Bink and Chris on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
All right, so Bobby Fescoe just let us know the if the United States play for gold in hockey at this year's Winter Olympics, it is at what time on what day?
7 a.m. Sunday morning. 7 a.m. Monday morning is the gold medal game. Bronze medal game, if they don't end up playing for gold, will be tomorrow at some point. Nobody's going to watch that. Yeah. Oh, no, the bronze medal game, I'm sorry, is Friday. No, not the bronze medal game. The bronze medal game is Saturday, and then the gold medal game is Sunday, and then the closing ceremony is Sunday as well. So it'll be one of the final kind of events you have before we go to the closing ceremonies as we watch people run upstairs with skis on their back in snow. Like, it's an insane event. We're all geeked about this hockey, and we got people on skis running upstairs.
Well, I just want to know I want to know the ass that invented this.
Or how this is one of those events where, like, my daughter said to me, "How do you find you're good at this? How do you find you're good at running upstairs with skis?"
Yeah, like who's the guy that's just been like stuck up in the Alps for years? Be like, here's the deal. You're going to run uphill for about 3.5 miles, and then we're done? No. Then you're going to take your skis off. You're going to put them on your back. Don't worry. We'll get somebody to create a backpack for them. Then you're going to hike up 18 flights of stairs that are covered in snow.
In ski boots.
Yeah. So then we're done? No. You're going to repeat this process 3 more times. But if you're the best at it, I'm going to give you a gold coin.
That's right.
Sold.
Yeah. Done. I mean, it's crazy watching these people, man. They're nuts.
Is it Eileen? Eileen Gu?
Yeah, Eileen Gu. Yeah.
Eileen.
You might not hear a better. I wish she got asked if she was raising her voice, because I don't think anybody wants that type of smoke that she gave this reporter.
Also, do you see these as 2 silvers gained or 2 golds lost?
I'm the most decorated female free skier in history. I think that's an answer in and of itself. How do I say this? Winning a medal at the Olympics is a life-changing experience for every athlete. Doing it 5 times is exponentially harder because every medal is equally hard for me, but everybody else's expectations rise, right? And so the 2 medals lost situation, to be quite frank with you, I think is kind of a ridiculous perspective to take. I'm showcasing my best skiing. I'm doing things that quite literally have never been done before. And so I think that is more than good enough. But thank you.
Get Ben.
So, how about that?
What a great answer,
that?
right?
Thank you from a female. We've all heard it before. How about another drink? I'm good, but thank you. She's not interested in you. Bodied that reporter, intelligent response, and by God, good for Eileen Gu.
Yeah, I love her. She's my new favorite Olympic athlete. It was before this. We were watching her the other night in skiing, and she is gorgeous, first of all. Second of all, she is brilliant. Third of all, she's athletic. Fourth of all, she is just a genius for having that kind of, retort to a reporter who asked, do you look at this as 2 silvers gained or 2 golds lost? And I heard that question yesterday.
Laughed in his face immediately.
Yeah, just immediately laughed, like oh my God, I can't believe this question is being asked.
Right.
But it also goes to show you that how sports fans view sports a lot differently than the way that the athletes view sports. We have a different view of what we think and what we expect. And I actually saw a headline this morning, and I haven't read the article about it yet, though, is NBC putting too much pressure on these athletes because you saw the quad god fail miserably, right? And not get the job done and, not win the gold like everybody thought he was going to do, and NBC hyping, this guy up. These athletes, quite frankly, have already won by being at the Olympics. They don't care if they win gold, silver, or bronze. They've already won. That's the Olympic creed. Just being there is winning in and of itself. Now, do they want to win gold? You better believe it. But if they don't win gold and they get a couple of silver medals, they're still second best in the world at what they did. I mean, she is the second best skier, and as she said, the most decorated lifetime skier that we've ever seen. And to say that you had 2 silvers gained or 2 golds lost, that's an ignorant type of question, because athletes view what they do completely different. We, as sports fans, have a completely different view of the game and the performance than athletes do. They're 180s of each other. They really are. I mean, you watch a football game, and we're all mad at Chris Jones, and Chris Jones is like, I did exactly what the coaches told me to do. I was supposed to do that. But for us as the sports fan, we're like, we didn't really see you do much out there. She wins 2 silver medals, and he goes, well, why don't you win the gold? And she's like, I just medaled at the Olympics. I mean, I do. I think we as sports fans have a much more differing view of the final result than the athletes that are actually competing in this stuff.
I loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing.
She's fantastic. She is going to be a world star. She's awesome at everything she does. And I hope that she is one of the more popular influencers, or however we're, deciding it these days of what people do in their post-athletic careers. But she's somebody that's going to take the sport and use that, I think, for her advantage and to benefit her career moving forward. That girl can do anything that she wants. Stanford educated, one of the greatest athletes in the world. I mean, talk to a reporter, body bag that guy. She is just tremendous. I can't say enough great things about her, man. I think she's a phenomenon, and I love what she's doing, skiing wise. I can't wait to watch what she does after the Olympics over and see where she goes and what she's able to do.
And she's only what 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
More than good enough. But thank you.
Raised by a single mom and her grandma. They came over from China, first generation Americans, and she was raised by her mom and her grandma, no dad, and so she's supporting her mother's country by skiing for China. She's just awesome. There's so many good things about her. And I get, the older I get, the more I realize, man, we get worked up over these athletes not achieving what we think they should be achieving. Meanwhile, they're human beings, and maybe they are achieving exactly what they thought they would be achieving and getting exactly out of it what they want to get out of it too.
Yeah, well, I think we undersell the accomplishments with questions like that.
We do.
We really don't give enough praise and credit to these athletes just for being there, but then also for what she's doing, like how decorated she won 2 medals. There's this Olympics, and she's won more than that, so incredible.
Can I get you another drink? No.
But thank you.
Damn it. I bet that guy went home not pissed, but pissed.
No, I don't think he did.
Okay.
Man.
Got what he wanted.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely got what he wanted. His question made it out there, and everybody's kind of talking about the question, but she gave a brilliant answer to that. Like, imagine asking an Olympic athlete, and you look at 2 silvers won or 2 golds lost. Your thoughts? What? I mean, how could you do that kind of stuff to somebody like that who just achieved something that 99.9% of the world will never have an opportunity to achieve?
Would that be like the equivalent? Maybe it's not even close. If you were a NCAA basketball reporter and you were like, do you consider this a Final Four made or a national championship missed?
Yeah, right.
We just made it to the Final Four out of 96 teams, dude. Feel like we had a pretty good season.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to think of another sports related question. You would never how do you even phrase that for a team sport? Do you look at this as a Super Bowl won or the 3rd Super Bowl lost? Or how does it even equate to team sports? I don't know, but I'm so upset that somebody would ask that and basically run down the accomplishments of these great athletes. Man, that's what you're doing when you ask questions like that. You're trying to run these girls and guys down that have given their lives and dedicated their lives to compete, and they finally on the highest stage. And you said, did you look at this 2 silvers won or 2 golds lost? Come on now.
Kiss my ass. Ben Maller next on 96.5 The Fan. You're on for KSC Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, hot water is something that you want every morning when you turn on that faucet, right? You don't want to stand there in a cold shower and go, why isn't this water warm? And then it takes 20 minutes and it finally warms up. Or maybe you're the last one to shower at home and all that hot water has been taken by your kids and your wife. Well, don't worry about that anymore because you're going to upgrade your water heater to State water heaters. And they have a new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology, and they can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family, and it's all from State water heaters. Their Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. You're going to set it and forget it. You're never going to have to worry about having hot water again or even having to take it in for service. And these hot water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company, so don't miss the chance to put some money back into your pocket. Act now and have your plumber visit your local Reeves Weideman store, either in person or at rwco.com. Or you can just check them out at statewaterheaters.com to learn more.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side Lee's Summit 470 northbound with an accident at the entrance ramp from 291 northbound. Right lane blocked. The entrance ramp moving a little better now, but 470 northbound heavy coming up from Colburn. About a half-mile delay there. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
It is time to talk to our guy, Ben Maller of Fox Sports Radio. Of course, you can catch him overnights right here on 96.5 The Fan. And it's all brought to you by our friends at The Landing in Liberty. And Ben, as we sit here now in the middle of February, there's a lot going on. We got the Olympics, we've got college basketball, we got labor disputes going on in baseball. The fun season of the NFL is starting with all the rumors. I asked these guys yesterday, and we talked about it a lot. What are you most excited about right now as you look for the next couple of weeks in sports?
Well, the NFL is still king, and seeing the players that change teams, it's could be on you guys again, but it's upward and onward in the NFL. And I have gotten into college basketball a little bit. I've been flipping around. I like that the NBA is on load management. The players, they play so many games, they need to take more time off for the All-Star break. You don't want the players breaking down. So I've been able to watch some college basketball, which has been good. I'm starting. We're all experts. We have to wait until Selection Sunday, and then we all become experts in sports radio. So I've had a chance to do a little scouting, watch some of the top teams this week. That's been good. The Olympics, I'm not too into it, but I have been watching. My wife loves the Olympics. She's not a big sports fan, but she loves the Olympics. So we have been able to watch some of the skating, and the dog running out in the other day there was great. The stray dog. But the NFL's the king, and the franchise. We're in franchise tag period, which is great. That's always fun. And then we're going to get to the silly season, like the first wave of free agency. So I'm into all that stuff, and it's been good. It's always that weird transition after the Super Bowl. You got to kind of get back into some other stuff. But I'm still into the football, and the baseball guys complaining have been wonderful too. It's like they're on the warpath, both sides, and they're playing this all out in the court of public opinion. And nothing will be decided for a year, but they're playing it out in the court of public opinion, which is just wonderful.
No, it really is, as we talk with Ben Maller. And the NFL, yeah, the offseason stuff, I love it, man. There's so many things that are moving and shaking right now. What do you think's the biggest trade piece, or who could be the biggest trade piece in the NFL this offseason?
So I'm going to go outside the norm. The quarterbacks, these guys that got paid, a couple guys that got paid that are going to be on the move, which have been talked about, Tua Tagovailoa and Kyler Murray. How about C.J. Stroud, though? I know one of the Houston writers said he'd walk naked if C.J. Stroud is traded, but if I'm the Texans, I would trade him. He's had one good year and back-to-back stinkers, and he hasn't been a big game quarterback, C.J. Stroud. I think that's the name, and somebody would take a shot on him because they're coming up. He's 3 years in. You're getting to that point, fifth-year option and all that stuff, and then you got to pay the guy big money, and so I think Stroud's out there. The quarterback shuffle is always, to me, the most interesting. And then also the story that popped up this week, if Seattle's going to be sold, the Seahawks, is this where Jeff Bezos gets in, the Amazon guy? Does he buy it, and then does he just screw everything up for everyone else in the NFL? I know they got a salary cap. So those are all great stories. But the quarterback thing, that's the one that's got me intrigued here.
If you're the Las Vegas Raiders, do you draft Mendoza because it's what everyone in football should tell you to do and is going to tell you to do? Or is it, you know what, let's do something the Raiders would never do and try to be smart with this sort of leverage that we have? Because somebody's going to convince themselves that Fernando Mendoza can kind of bridge their franchise. I don't think the Raiders are that team for obvious reasons, their division to be won. And I don't think that guy would work with Kubiak. But again, I don't know. What say you, Ben Maller, with Fernando Mendoza?
Well, Dusty, I would be on the do not draft Fernando Mendoza bandwagon, although I will tell you I would be shocked if the Raiders don't draft him. And the reason why is the chance, even though it's a small chance, a less than, say, 10% chance that he's actually good and we're all wrong because of FOMO. They don't want to trade him to the Fernando Mendoza to the Colts or the Dolphins or somebody like that, and then he turns out to be the next great quarterback. They'll never hear the end of that. So I think they're going to draft him because of that, because of the whole FOMO stuff and fear of missing out on him. I didn't see anything. Not that the end all be all, but I didn't see anything watching him play. And there were a lot of playoff games for Indiana. We watched Fernando Mendoza play some big games, and he played well, but it didn't look like anything that would transition to the NFL and dominate. Like, he just looked like kind of a generic quarterback that, hey, you can win. Sam Darnold's not great, and Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl, but I wouldn't say he's not in that class with Josh Allen, Mahomes, and those guys. And obviously, we'll see if I'm wrong, but I think the Raiders are definitely gonna take him because they don't want want to be burned by him.
Or they're going to hype that pick because it feels like the Chiefs in 2013 when Eric Fisher was the number 1 overall pick. Like, there really isn't that guy at number 1. The Raiders have the number 1 pick, but it may not be a great year to have that number 1 pick like it could be next year in this draft.
No, I don't think it's great. And the other thing I've noticed is the NFL media machine, the stories that are planted to hype up. There is a lot like that. Oh, Mendoza's great. This is a generational guy. And you see these guys that are in the tank for the NFL that are giving these outrageous quotes that are just so over the top. You're like, wait a minute, am I getting, is this like gaslit here? Like, what's going on here? Like, that's not the guy that I saw play for the Hoosiers. And you're talking about, oh, this is like a once every 20-year guy. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't see any of that. I mean, and these things, and the NFL has been doing this for like 10 or 15 years now. Whoever the quarterback is, they hype the guy up. There's people that work for the NFL that used to be coaches and former players, and they just go over the top. They build up the legend. It's like the building of the myth of Fernando Mendoza. And I'm like, come on now. What are you doing? I don't get it.
Something I don't get, which I'm interested in your perspective because it's baseball and baseball's been great. What's inside your brain when you hear the full story of the Tony Clark story?
Oh, I obviously want to know. I want to know what the woman looks like. I mean, that's the obvious one. And the other woman, and then I want to know which direction this goes now. Like, because obviously
not going north
with criminal. Well, I know. Well, Tony Clark's going to end up he could end up with criminal charges and stuff.
Get next up to Sharon Moore.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to like how much the woman was getting paid, like how long was this going on, and then I'm curious, like who do they bring in? I know they named like the temporary guy. This is a chance for the players. It's pretty much whoever Scott Boras wants at this point. I feel like Scott Boras is the puppet master for the players. And he's the guy that will handpick whoever he wants to do his business there and fight the owners in the court of public opinion and all that. So there's a lot to that story. There's a lot of moving parts to that story. But yeah, that was the bombshell, right, Dusty? I was clicking on all my tabloid websites and all my tabloid social media accounts trying to find something. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, you wonder if it was. I think we figured out though it's his brother's wife. It's not his wife's sister, because if it's his wife's sister, it's a little bit bigger of a story than being your brother's, your wife, right?
Well, it's not great. Yeah. That would definitely be worse. Not great. It's gonna be interesting at Thanksgiving and the holidays and all that. That'll pass. Can you pass the stuff? No, I'm not passing you the stuffing. No biscuits for you.
Ben, is this is going to get ugly though, and I just don't think America right now as a country has any room in their appetite for whiny baseball players and billionaire owners going back and forth, because baseball players are out of touch. They have no idea what the reality of the world is, and nobody wants to hear from owners complaining that they don't have enough money when they clearly do have enough money. How do you think this whole thing plays out?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm enjoying the content. The owners are leaking all this stuff about how they have no money and it's not fair and the Dodgers are the boogeyman and all that. It makes me want to puke in my mouth, because it just goes against everything on both sides. Because to me, if you have a dominant team And clearly the Dodgers are ahead of everyone else in baseball. They still almost lost the World Series to the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 7. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. So there's that. And I know they added some more players and all this. But what happened to the killer mindset? We're going to go out and beat those guys. Like, isn't that every sports documentary, the ragtag, disheveled team that goes out and beats the big bad bullies? And instead of having that mindset, it's like, well, they're too good. We got to change the rules. They're too good. And I'm like, in all sports, it's not the NBA, where if you have a couple of superstar players in the NBA, usually you're pretty much guaranteed to be great. In baseball, the Dodgers are a great example. The guy that was the hero in the World Series was Miguel Rojas, a 250 hitting veteran. Like, it wasn't Ohtani, and it was Miguel Rojas who hit the home run that set them up to win the World Series. But the mindset sucks, and it's the rhetoric of the teams. Like the owners, I don't trust the owners because I'm on the side of the players, but the owners are leaking all these financial stories about how terrible the finances are, but they won't open up the books. If they open up the books and let the players see, I'd support the owners. And then you can't really feel bad or sad for the players because they've got culpability. They've also futzed around here and messed around. So there are no good guys in this story.
Ben, you mentioned that you're watching more college basketball, I guess, obviously, because, you're getting closer to where it actually matters in the season. Last night, it's, pretty big topic in the local Kansas City area. The kid, Darryn Peterson, or, the most loved or most hated man in the state of Kansas. 18 minutes, 23 points. I don't know if you saw the video, but it looks like he might have checked himself out of the game. Bill Self not happy about it. Have you followed this kid out there? Are you zoned in yet on Darryn Peterson?
Yeah, well, I am because half of the NBA, Dusty, is tanking to try to get. He's projected right now as the number one. I know there's like 2 or 3 guys at the top, but I think currently, last I checked my mock drafts, Darryn Peterson's projected as the top guy. So yeah, I have checked it out. It's a messy situation. I don't know that Bill Self's been there forever, and he's like the god of one of the upper echelon guys of all time in college basketball who are still there. Like a lot of these guys have gone out of coaching or died or whatever. He's still hanging out and all that. So it's not a good situation, and let me turn around and ask you, Doug. Like, what do you think the top outcome of this is? Because right now he's not looking very good, and the whole situation is like, what are we doing here?
I think he potentially can get them to a Final Four, which I think debunks everything. I don't think this is a Darryn Peterson Kansas problem. I think this is a college basketball problem, and I think when you look at it from the NBA outside looking in, none of this matters because their league hasn't started yet with him. And I'm with you. I think he's the number 1 overall pick, and I think somebody will take him, and it's it'll be probably fixed the way it was for Cooper Flagg.
So who's gonna get the number 1 pick then? It can't be Sacramento if you're gonna fix it, right? You got to have somebody. Like
you got to have a team that people care about, in a decent enough market. Maybe you send him to, I don't know, who needs a boost at this point, Chicago or something like that.
The Bulls have been pretty mediocre for a while.
Well, he's from Maine, or he's from Massachusetts, so he's from the East Coast.
Celtics, forget about that. Brooklyn, how about Brooklyn?
Yeah, the Nets need him, but that's a disaster. I would just contract that franchise. Nobody would know if that franchise.
Is getting drafted by Brooklyn like the equivalent of getting drafted like as a quarterback to the Browns?
No, it's the Jets or the Mets, right? I'm going to New York. Yeah, who you playing for? The Nets. Oh, really? That sucks.
I got good news and bad news. You want the good? Yeah. It's you're stuck. You talk about being stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea. Holy cannoli! What a like. I don't. That's my problem. I don't want to reward Utah or Indiana or these they're so all these teams are tanking. Dallas is tanking now. Like they shut down Kyrie Irving. Like I know one of them is going to end up with the top pick, obviously, and Peterson, like right now, is the top guy. But I hate rewarding teams that tank. I'd rather see. I would get rid of the draft too. I know that's been a talking point this week, guys. I don't know where you are on that.
Yeah,
I would just get rid of it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it having half your product not trying to compete in what was supposed to be a competitive business, and just figure out a different way. They don't have, I'm not a soccer guy, but from what I understand in Premier League, they don't have a draft. They scout guys and they have a certain amount of money they can spend on players, and that's that. And that's what I would do. I'd just get rid of it. They can't, there's no way you're going to be able to put rules in that's going to keep teams from tanking other than getting rid of the draft.
Yeah,
get rid of it.
Yeah, that's it across the board. I'd get rid of it in every sport and see what happens, and let's have a free for all. Ben, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the final days of the Olympics, the closing ceremonies, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
That's Ben Maller, brought to you by The Landing in Liberty, with us here on 96.5 The Fan.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Hey, you know, there's other teams locally that play basketball other than KU and Darryn Peterson. A big win for one of them last night. How about Missouri?
Let's go, baby. MIZ.
MIZ-ZOU at home, beating those Commodores, the second best school in Tennessee. 81-80, and Dusty, you said they tried to blow this lead. I watched the replay this morning with you. They really did try and give that game up.
Oh, did they ever?
They win, though, 81-80. They hold on. One word on Missouri getting a big win against number 19 Vanderbilt.
Good win for the second best team in the state of Missouri. I mean, well done by the Tigers last night. Got to keep winning if you want to make it into the tournament. I saw Lenardi yesterday. He had them as the 69th nice team in the field. That's not nice for the field. But that win like that probably now that takes you off one of the final four out and probably puts you in, as of today, into the field of 68. So it's a big win.
Yeah, I would say my one word is dancing. I think that gets them in. Now they have a big game this weekend against Arkansas, who just had a thriller last night in double overtime. Crazy game that was. I think there was like 232 points totally scored.
117-114 final in double overtime. I thought that was an NBA score when I saw it this morning.
Double overtime in that game. So they got another big one
Should
Saturday.
have been triple. There was a putback dunk.
Yeah, the putback dunk doesn't go in. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Triple OT.
So, good, great win.
But
they got to keep it going. You can't give it back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep it up. KU keeping it up. Big win, or a big win from a point perspective. They win by 12, and they were up by as much as 20 or more against Oklahoma State at Oklahoma State last night. Another Darryn Peterson story, though. 23 points, 7 for 12, 6 for 10 from deep. He was on fire, but 23 minutes. He played just a couple minutes in the second half. 1 word, or 18 minutes, excuse me.
1 word on what? Darryn Peterson or KU?
1 word on KU winning against Oklahoma State.
Well, expected. I mean, you got to go down there and take care of business. You know, it's Oklahoma State. They're above 500 team, obviously, but not a Houston and Arizona, Duke, one of those type of schools. So you went down there and you took care of business like you should have done. And they had a big 20-point lead in the first half. And, that's when I went to bed because I knew Darryn Peterson wouldn't play in the second half of that game. And so it was you took care of business. Elvis used to say it all the time. TCB, baby, take care of business.
Yeah. 1 word on pretty much the situation last night is Continuum. Great album from John Mayer, by the way. But it's just the continued saga that will just be another chapter in this novel that is Darryn Peterson's time at Kansas. And last night he told Bill Self, "Hey, Coach, I don't think you need me anymore. I'm good." With the Colin Cowherd meme, we don't need you more, man. We're good here.
Did he tell that to that guy that sits alongside of him? Because he should. Yeah. That J-Mac guy, we're good here.
Yeah, we are good. Anymore. Yeah, we all are good on that.
We're good. We don't need you anymore. Mike Evans never went to a Super Bowl.
Never sniffed.
Never sniffed it.
And NFC Championship game in a Super Bowl that he won against the Chiefs that he hates.
And for those who haven't heard, this is the audio of Bill Self after last night's win. When, as you heard Dusty say, Darryn Peterson, he just let himself out of the game pretty much. Told Bill, "Hey, take me out."
Well, we've had it more than a couple of times. And I didn't anticipate that tonight at all. I thought he was good to go. But obviously we only got 18 minutes out of him. that's disappointing because he could have had a really big night. But one thing about it is it's happened often enough that our guys have learned to play without him, even though that's not the way we want to play. But that's certainly something that we're not unaccustomed to, right now.
That's it. That Bill's like, I'm done here.
So he's over it. He is over it.
That hit Bill last night. He finally became like the KU fan from, November. Because my buddy Jim, again, 75 years old, skied 10 miles yesterday. Wow. Sends me a text. What's the alibi this time? There isn't one, Jim.
Nope. Don't know what to tell you. Pissed off. That's
Even the coach is like, yeah, we're done here with this. But, hey, I'm watching the kid play. I enjoy it. He's unbelievable. He's the best shooter I've ever seen at KU. I was thinking about him and Billy Thomas yesterday because Billy Thomas was draining shots like it was nobody's business back in the day. This guy's better. And I'm just going to appreciate what I get to see. I'm not going to get worked up over it. It's a novelty act right now is essentially what it is. It's KU basketball, and then it's the Darryn Peterson show. And they're two completely different things at this point in time.
Two more here, just a couple of minutes. The Miami police officer, Dusty, let me know about this right before. I had to put it in one word. The Miami police officer who arrested Tyreek Hill before the first game of the season, was this last season or was this now 2 years ago?
Was it 2 years ago now already? Really?
That's crazy. Yeah, because he played that whole year. That was his, coming out party, basically almost 2,000 yards.
Tyreek's in Kansas City apparently, so look out.
Yes, he is working out in Kansas City as of yesterday at a gym, not with the Chiefs, at a gym. So this is what this police officer posted on Facebook after retiring. I guess it took a bit, but karma got you. Now that I'm retired, I can tell you how I feel about you. You're an entitled ass and an embarrassment to the team and city that kissed your ass. I wish you the best and hope you're able to afford all that child support, especially now that you're unemployed. But I'm sure someone will pick you up and will cause havoc in their team and city, just how you did in Miami.
Why'd you read that like Jim Rome?
I loved it.
I did too.
Ass.
Ass.
You are a chode.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he typed that out in his voice, though.
That was it, dude.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, he retired, and the first thing he did was that.
He ripped Tyreek. Good. I'll just say good.
Yeah.
More people need to tell the truth about what's gone on with that guy.
You are horseradish.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like horseradish.
Are old, and you have a bum leg. Knee.
Would I rather have Tyreek Hill on my football team or eat arugula the rest of my life? The answer is neither.
Tyreek Hill is in Kansas City working out. Ass.
More like Ty needs a leg.
And how about this? How about we tease this up for Smash or Pass coming across the next break? Because I'll see if you would smash or pass what Bo Jackson drank in the fridge when he was on the Kansas City Royals. We'll come back with that story on the other side.
I love it. This is why I miss Bo Jackson. This is why I'm mad I miss Bo Jackson. Parents should have gotten busy earlier in life. I mean, they did, but it's not me.
Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson, a.k.a. Freak. You know what Bo Jackson once did? Hit a home run in the All-Star game, won MVP, then took a call to the house for the Raiders. The silver and black. Where do you want to be? Not the black hole. I've been in many holes in my life. Never again will I go to the black hole. Tyreek Hill, you're done. No one's dying on that hill. Coming up next, we get to that Bo Jackson audio that is awesome. 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak do an unbelievable job and have for us for the last decade plus. And they called us a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, in a couple of months, we may have a great low rate for you. Keep your ears on that phone. phone because we're going to be calling if those rates drop. And that's what Golden Oak does for all of their customers. When they start getting rates that start dropping, they call you once you're in with Golden Oak Lending, and they'll always are going to be there to let you know if there's a great low rate for your mortgage. But you have to take that free mortgage checkup first to let Golden Oak know, hey, I want to look at my mortgage. I want to save some money, and I want to lower my payments. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a simple conversation to find out how much money you could save each month. Golden Oak will ask all about you. You'll do all the talking and tell them about your financial situation and where you want to go. And then they'll get to work to find out if they've got a mortgage that's better than the one you're in right now. The average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment as well. So call and take that free mortgage checkup today. Like I said, no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a conversation at 913-890-GOLD. 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
The last 3 days of the winter sale is happening now at Peter's Clothiers. Save up to 50% off all suits, sport coats, and sportswear. Save big with sizes to fit every man. Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line Road.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side Lee Summit 470 northbound with an accident at the entrance ramp from 291 northbound. Right lane blocked. The entrance ramp moving a little better now, but 470 northbound heavy coming up from Colburn. About a half-mile delay there. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Welcome back to the jungle. We're done. I do love this, though.
How does your voice not hurt like 3 hours a day doing that? Like Jim Rome I'm talking about, right? My voice would be like scratched at the end of the day.
Your voice would be like Bo Jackson and Miller Lights deleted. Somebody said on the text line for the 816, thanks, fellas. My 4-year-old daughter's now saying ass in her Jim Rome voice on the way to daycare.
Wait till she walks into the daycare and they give her snack and she goes, that's ass. Where'd you learn that?
All right, kids,
radio.
that the snack is going to be rice cakes with peanut butter. If it's not chunky, I send it back. I could go on forever, baby. Anyways.
I still think the ultimate Jim Rowe moment for me is when Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, died. And he says, "Dear Jim, today I am declaring it a national day of mourning in my town. Sincerely, Mayor McCheese." I mean, it's so funny. It's so stupid. But that's 25 years ago when Dave Thomas died. And I still remember that.
And now we're seeing Wendy's die.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
200 and some Wendy's. I mean, you thought Binkley was upset about the Hardys. The hell's he going to do when he finds out all the Wendy's are shutting down?
Well, that sucks.
Where's he going to get his chili?
Yeah, let me ask you something, Jim. When you got a fight with Chris Everett, you think he's really going to push you or really try to hit you? I don't know. His arms were short. We called him T-Rex. You know, how you call every defensive lineman for the Hurricanes. Speaking of hurricanes, have you ever had one? They will knock you off your ass if you have two.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, dude, we got to ask him about what he thinks about Wendy's closing.
Call Binkley right now.
No,
please.
we got to keep going.
Call Binkley.
No, don't do it.
Yes,
Play the Bo Jackson audio. Play the Bo Jackson audio, please.
For 2 in a game, my first 2 at bats. I think I left 3 guys on the base.
Call Binkley.
Pissed. So what you do, I told the manager, hey, I'm going up to the locker room. I'm going to the freezer. We got a refrigerator in the locker room. I got nothing but beer in it because that's what ball players drink. I went up in the middle of the game because I'm in the hole, so I'm batting third. The end, and we come in. I walk out the field, I tell her I'm going to the cooler. I go up and get me a Miller Lite. Chug it. Walk back down the tunnel. Get by the manager, Bert. In his face. And he's like, that smells good. Get up, get on deck, get up to the plate, and hit a bomb.
Yeah.
So by the time I come back around the bases, they sent the clubhouse guy up because it's in the middle of the summer and we play on turf. I go to put my feet in my ice bucket. They got a 6-pack of Miller in there. So Willie Wilson, who was the center field, he said, drink one of them motherfuckers every time before you get up to bat. He's chugging and go up and hit some shit to Louisville, Kentucky.
That's incredible. That's amazing. Baseball stories remain undefeated. And the hero in this is the coach who got burped in the face and went, ooh, that smells good. And Willie Wilson.
Was that Bob Boone, the manager then?
I don't think he was there in 90 and 89.
I think it may have been Booney because I unfortunately Hauser had already passed away, I believe, and was no longer managing. Could have been Duke for a hot minute there. That may have been the manager at the time, but I'm just trying to think. I think I'm going to guess, and I'm going to say it probably was Boone that was the manager at that point in time. The old baseball stories were the best, Dusty.
John Wathan.
Oh, Wathan was. So Duke was the manager. Yeah. All right, cool.
He was 92 and 70 in 89.
Yeah, they were. That was a good team. Yeah, but that was also when you were playing East and West, and the A's were winning 100 games, and so you never had that opportunity to get into the postseason. Thank God baseball changed those rules. We let more than 2 teams in, to the playoffs. And so, those old stories are the best because that's when baseball players were just kind of normal guys, man. Right. Like now you'd hear that story and somebody come back, I went up to the fridge and got a kombucha, man, and had a juice cleanse.
Kombucha's awesome.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the difference between guys like Bo Jackson in today's game. Those guys back in the day were much more relatable, much more cooler than the baseball player is today because they were doing that kind of stuff, smoking cigarettes, drinking beer, putting their foot in ice baths because it was so hot on the turf. Like those stories from the 70s and 80s were just awesome baseball stories because those guys were just real dudes at the time that just happened to be good athletes. They weren't making a ton of money either. They were kind of just regular dudes, and the money has changed everything. And God, if you got a story like that today where guys going up and getting a Miller Lite in the clubhouse, you'd be hard-pressed to find a baseball player. I don't even know that they have beer in the clubhouse anymore. Because there was an incident a few years ago now, 2 decades ago now, where somebody got into a car accident. It was over in St. Louis, I think, and I think we were there. That pitcher died at the bridge.
Oh, was it the young kid? Forget his name. He was
yeah,
the one that was,
I do as well. He was younger, and he was driving on, as they say in St. Louis, Farty Highway, and smashed into a bridge and died. And then they started to take beer out of the clubhouse and beer off the flights if you were flying back home, and you had to drive somewhere. And that's when all of that kind of started to change. Because back in the day, the ball players used to stand around the locker room, and they used to drink beer for hours in that locker room, hang out together and tell stories. And the media would be involved as well. They invited those guys in back in the day to participate, and nobody said anything. And it was a good relationship. And, those old ball player stories, man. Like, you even go back to the days of Mickey Mantle, what he would do during pitching changes. I mean, the stories that you hear about that. You're right, Dusty. Nothing beats a baseball story.
Manny Ramirez used to go inside the big monster, green monster, whiz. Here's the shocker. There's no toilet inside the green monster, dude. So there's that. Hey, don't forget, you want to be the fifth caller when you hear Bob. Today it's real simple. If you're caller number 5 and you can tell Mac what his last Max minute was on,
ooh,
you get a $50 gift card to Booth Creek Wagyu,
There you go.
KC's best steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th and All and 135th at Metcalf, and also Smash Your Pass brought to you by Shawnee Mission Ford, on a mission to do more online at Shawnee Mission Ford. Caller number 5 when you hear Bob Moo, and then you got to say, Mac, your last Max minute was on this. And he'll know because he does it, and you can check it out on our Instagram page at TheFan965. So smash your pass, an ice bucket full of beer for your feet and your
I'll be honest with you. When I was listening to Bo tell that story yesterday, I started craving a cold beer on a hot day. You know that feeling that you get like
after you mow the lawn,
or maybe you just got done with a run or something like that. You just need something that's just refreshing and delicious. A cold light beer. When he was telling that story, man, that hits the spot. That's a smash.
Yeah, you pull that out of the bottom of the cooler after you mow the lawn, and the first thing you say is, I just did that.
Yeah.
Smash.
It's got to be ice cold, though.
After banging some chains, cold
Absolutely.
refreshment.
Yes.
Ice cold surf
I
side
pour
at
it
the
over
bottom.
some ice, too, just to make it even colder.
Yeah, after you're sweating, especially a hot day. Oh, so nice.
Yeah, I mean, a cold beer like that for baseball in one of those situations, I don't find it to be a big deal at all. I think it's actually kind of smart. Relax a little bit.
Smash or Pass, I guess we're doing this now. We collab with Superstars, and apparently this is what they eat. So Drake, OVO, he's got a meal at McDonald's, and it's the after hours meal. They stole the Showtime too. Afters meal is apparently what it's called.
Okay,
it's your choice of a McDouble or a junior chicken. Didn't know they had Junior McChickens.
Junior McChicken.
What the hell's a Junior McChicken? The sandwich is small enough by itself.
Is it Junior McChicken just like 2 nuggets?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it, like half a sandwich, like that Applebee's thing that's sitting in cheese that looks really good?
But it's weird because it's a McDouble, which is like a normal.
Yeah.
And then Junior Why didn't we just do McDouble
because you had
chicken?
Because you had the double, so you had to even it out.
A minor.
Yes.
And then it comes with poutine fries. McDonald's is doing poutine fries?
I didn't know McDonald's was doing poutine fries. It must be a Canadian-only thing, right?
Well, he's from Canada, right? So it makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the Midnight Sprite, which is a blue raspberry Sprite. That's the only thing in this whole meal I'm smashing.
See, that's the only thing I'm not smashing in that whole meal.
The poutine fries you're good with.
Yeah.
With the McDonald's fries, probably solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You're smashing a Junior chicken?
I wouldn't say no, but like, give me a regular one at this point, right? Yeah, I want to try. I'm more curious about what a Junior McChicken is than really wanting to taste it. Like, how small is this thing?
No doubt.
And if they have a Junior McChicken, why aren't they publicizing that on like a 99-cent menu or something?
Where has this been my whole life?
Or maybe it's only in Canada again.
What's the? What'd you say? 99-cent menu? What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
never heard of it.
Made with chicken from Canada Farm. So it's there. That's what they call it over there. It's a Junior McChicken. Okay.
Smash or pass today, 12-10 women's gold medal game in hockey, USA versus Canada.
Let's smash that, America. Man. Let's go. Woo! That's for the gold medal. Let's take care of Canada. Yeah, let's do this, baby.
You never don't smash a USA Canadian hockey game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What if it's at 7 a.m. on Sunday, which could
I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to be there for that.
Gotta smash.
Absolutely.
And you said mimosa? Yeah, I'm in.
A little coffee, a little mimosa, a little breakfast, like make a little breakfast casserole Saturday night. Get up in the morning at 6:30, pop that sucker in the oven.
Yeah.
Get a little champagne, a little orange juice.
Take a nap at 11.
Get a little rowdy. wrestle with the lady.
I've been pounded this week.
Guys, I'm going to take credit for this for our show. We started a movement.
Yeah.
I don't know what this movement is. Maybe it's like a early spring dessert. The banana pudding stuff's out of control. Now Nothing Bundt Cakes has a banana pudding bundt cake.
Like stuffed with banana pudding.
Yeah, with the vanilla wafer and the little whip on top. And they have the mini version or the big version.
Well, big version. What kind of cake is it? Just a vanilla cake?
I think it's like a banana-flavored cake.
Oh, banana-flavored cake, too. Okay.
With like their little buttercream and then like banana pudding inside.
Yeah,
with
I'm eating that.
Yeah.
I mean,
we started this and
now
now
we're sold.
Stop.
Banana pudding bundt cake? Yeah. I am absolutely going that. The other banana pudding with Oreos smashed up in it now? Yeah, Mitchell's making that for the next time. Saw Mitchell's mom the other day. Didn't get a piece of cheesecake. Not happy.
Oh, dang.
Not happy.
Save her a piece, guys.
Didn't get a piece of cheesecake.
And I wouldn't have been mad if it came in looking like Pac-Man. Because I didn't know Mama got her slice. I'm like, that's cool. I know y'all didn't eat that.
Of course.
So I told her, I said, it was delicious. I'm sorry you didn't get one.
Should have had some. You saw the viral video that went crazy yesterday with the dog finishing the race.
Yeah.
Should we have a dog Olympics?
No.
I will pass.
Pass.
I will pass.
Yeah.
As cool as it would be to see them perform as well as they could, I don't know if they want to do that. That's just us, and then you're just like...
Well, do they want to do the dog shows?
Maybe not.
So you pass on the
would you want to be trotted around like that?
Probably
Have
not.
you ever watched that? That's weird.
If we did a radio show, you better believe I'd let you put a leash on my neck and trout me off in front of 810.
I mean,
look at this guy on the morning shows. He's well equipped. He's mannered now, and he knows
Sort of.
his role.
Yeah.
Men's wieners. Yeah. He's mannered now.
I mean, the dog show is just, that is one of the weirdest things ever. These people are like wearing they're going out it reminds you like fox hunters back in the day in England or something. You know what I'm talking about with these outfits? And
Yes.
they prance around with these dogs on these leashes and
come on, man.
they spin them. And what are we doing here? I mean, it just looks ridiculous.
Well,
to
when
me.
I was working in the mall, there was like a thing where kids were on leashes.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Josh's sister was on a leash growing
really?
up. Oh, yeah. They used to make fun of her, he said, when she was growing up. Like, anytime Josh said he got into an argument with his sister, he would just close that and go, yeah, Mom and Dad put you on a leash.
And done.
Silence.
Yeah, because they'd even deck it up to be like a cute little backpack.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
It's like a
it's
little-
not.
It was like a little
No.
teddy bear backpack, and then little Scotty, you get away too far.
Come on. You can't put your kid on a
Nah.
leash. It's just not my thing, man. I'm very anti that.
I'm out
And you
on
can't
that.
put baby in a corner.
That's right.
And then today is National Chocolate Mint Day.
Oh, okay.
Is it an elite 2-food combo?
Not for me, it's not.
I don't think so either.
Pass.
But mint chocolate chip ice cream.
But boy,
Ooh,
those Thin Mints, those Girl Scout cookies that they rip people off on now, my God, people love those.
Yeah, Thin Mints, anything mint, I'm kind of like, eh.
I'm kind of with you. Just like the chocolate mint combination.
Not my thing.
Don't like Thin Mints. They're ironic. I do not get thinner when I eat Thin Mints. Coming up next, we'll get into a baseball labor fix in 2 steps on 96.5 The Fan. You're home. Oh, wait. Caller number 5, and you got to tell Mac what his last Max Minute was on. So while he's scrambling on Instagram, like our page while you're at it, and then get to Mac. Caller number 5 gets a $50 gift card to Booth Creek Wagyu, and that is the sponsor for Smash or Pass. Casey's Best Steaks now with 2 locations, 95th and Nolan, 135th and Metcalf. Also, Shawnee Mission Ford, on a mission to do more, online at ShawneeMissionFord.com. We get into the Royals next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends at QC Kinetics are saying, all right, enough's enough with that pain, right? You've suffered long enough with that joint pain, whether it be in your knees or your back, your shoulder, your elbow. It doesn't matter where it is. You've suffered long enough. And 40,000 people said, yeah, you're right, Bob. I did suffer long enough, and finally went to see QC Kinetics. 40,000 people are choosing pain relief without surgery and without putting their life on hold for months. They found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in cellular level treatments that revitalize joint tissue naturally. Patients who thought surgery was the only answer are now getting their lives back thanks to QC Kinetics advanced regenerative treatments. And as you know, surgery isn't always the answer. QC Kinetics uses safe, natural treatments to activate your body's healing power with zero downtime. So get started now to ease inflammation and slow the progression of arthritis. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, do your research and get a free consultation at QC Kinetics. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
Blue Creek Wagyu is here to prove there's never been a better time to follow through with your resolution to eat better. Heart-healthy, low-cholesterol, authentic American, full-blooded Wagyu steaks and beef will help you hit all your goals this year. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day, and their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut, crafted for exceptional beginnings. Join the Booth Creek Revolution at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Acton Health welcomes the KC Golf Show February 27th through March 1st at the OP Convention Center. Grab front door perks while they last. Get golf fit with Paws Studio and P-Volve. Saver buys with Pierponts at Union Station and Booth Creek Wagyu. And hit Golf MD's new Club Zone at the Golf Show February 27th through March 1st at the OP Convention Center. Thanks to Mulligan's Country Club, Great Life Golf, Genesis of KC, Extreme Green, All Seasons Indoor Golf, Surfside, Imperial Golf, and Barry's Golf and Groove. Tickets at KansasCityGolfShow.com.
This is Blake Bannon with Shawnee Mission Ford. Ford has just announced an additional $2,000 in bonus cash that we are passing on to you, our customers. Shawnee Mission Ford is going to combine that with our large discounts and top trade allowances to save you thousands. You can save up to $9,000 off MSRP on 25 Explorers, $7,000 off MSRP on 25 Broncos, $6,000 off MSRP on 25 Bronco Sports, and $5,000 off MSRP on 25 Expeditions and F-150s. Shawnee Mission Ford, on a mission to do more in 26.
Rob Sight Ford, KC's Ford volume leader and top rated on Google. 135th and State Line. Rob Sight Ford, your 2025 Ford volume leader. Top rated on Google with 4.8 stars and 3,000 plus reviews. The best selection, best prices, and Kansas City's best customer service. Visit Rob Sight Ford at 135th and State Line. Buy right, save big, and drive home a winner. Only at Rob Sight Ford.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 435 southbound, off again, on again heavy from K32 down to Shawnee Mission Parkway with construction. Also seeing slowdowns on the Missouri side, 470 westbound on the Grandview Triangle, and 435 stays slow from there across the state line towards Knoll. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey, Royals fans, it's Vern, and the Hot Stove Show is back Thursday night starting at 6 o'clock right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Shout out to John for being caller number 5 and getting the max minute right, which was Mac Morey.
3 ways or just a few ways to fix this Chiefs team before the draft.
And they were?
Well, I started the video out kind of funny. The Chiefs have to sign Tyreek Hill to continue the dynasty. And then there's like a second pause, and it's like, psych! No, they don't. Super funny, super clever, am I right?
I love it. I love the psych.
Yeah.
People don't say psych enough anymore.
Exactly, psych.
Everybody's so serious now.
Yeah, it was go get running back, Breece Hall, Tyler Algier. It was go get Mike Evans. It was, buy your offense and build through the draft on your defense kind of thing. Yeah.
That's a good approach. Buy your offense and build through the draft on the defense.
Yep.
I love that approach.
Trey
actually,
McDuffie
Matt.
was part of it as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course. Yeah, but now you're really going to need to build your offense potentially with this Rashee Rice thing. We'll talk to Nate Taylor coming up a little bit about that. He'll probably have more information than we will on something like that. We just have our opinions, and I think the three of us guys, if I'm speaking for all of us, are pretty much like, yeah, it's time to move on from this guy, right? Get bent.
Also, want to give a shout out to Vern, who's been doing an exceptional job running things in Arizona. So big shout out to Vern. All the videos you see, all that stuff's coming from the right hand of the man. Josh Vernier, and our spring training coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Park and Go, the best deal on airport parking. Don't forget, it is Thursday, last time I checked the calendar, which means 6 o'clock tonight. Josh Vernier is on the air with his Hot Stove Show.
With who?
And he's going to have the guy's name that is on your shirt you're wearing, Jack Caglione, as well as Chris Bubich on the Hot Stove tonight. So 6 o'clock, 96.5 The Fan, Vern's Hot Stove Show, Jack Caglione, Chris Bubich. And maybe some labor talk, because you've got a few ways to fix it.
I mean, I'm already over the labor talk as much as everybody was over the stadium talk. I'm over the labor discussions because these are things that, every other sport seemingly figures out. Baseball drags it through the media, right? As I think Ben said, they're already playing this out in the court of public opinion. You found you found this quote from Chris Bassett, who's a pitcher in Major League Baseball, one of the union representatives, Mac. And I want you to read that because I do want to use this kind of as the jumping off point, because I feel like we have this conversation all the time. How do we fix baseball? We never have that about another sport, right? It's always about fixing the game of baseball. I've got the perfect solution, but I think it comes better when you hear what this player representative had to say yesterday.
Yeah, and I'll kind of truncate it here, but basically it says salary cap doesn't fix anything. If you look at every major sport with a salary cap, we have the best parity. The salary cap is not the issue. Having suppressed salaries across the league so owners make more money is not the answer. If I tell you in 25 years the Dodgers would be going to 10 World Series and would be winning 7 of them, is that an issue? Because that's the Patriots. We will make changes to try and help the so-called bottom teams out, but a salary cap and suppressing salaries and taking from players to try to help the so-called bottom teams spend more, that's not the answer. Because if you're trying to make a competitive league across the board, we have proof that every single league has less parity than ours. Again, the root of the answer is not the salary cap, and the root of why owners want a salary cap is not for competitive balance.
And that's exactly right. I mean, that nailed it right there. And
really good.
Really, really well thought out. Like, that's the best thing that I've heard about this labor dispute from either side forever. And we've been following baseball labor disputes, I guess, for me since like 1994 when I was in high school. Going, where's baseball today? And so I listened to that, and I've been leaning this way, and I think you guys have been pretty familiar. I think a salary cap isn't the answer. I think that's low-hanging fruit, and I think that's a buzzword, and I don't think a salary cap necessarily solves the issues that are taking place in Major League Baseball. Because to me, the issues that are taking place in Major League Baseball are not the Dodgers and the Mets and the Yankees and the Cubs doing what they can to win. It's the 18 other teams that aren't doing what it takes to win. And here's how I'm going to fix baseball. It's pretty simple. For those who don't know, Major League Baseball has what they call the Central Fund. It is essentially all the money that is, shared at the national level, from national TV deals to internet deals, whatever the national deals are, merchandising deals, all of that. All of that money goes into one pool, and it is divided by 30. The Central Fund produces, for each team last year, between $200 and $210 million from the Central Fund. That's a lot of money to be giving to each Major League Baseball team. Per team, between 2 and 210. That's what they got last year. The NFL distributes about, $350 million from their TV deal. That's kind of their Central Fund. And that's what their salary cap is in the NFL, $350 million. You're essentially getting your salary paid for by TV money in the NFL. And that's what I'm looking for now in Major League Baseball. You take those Central Fund dollars and you don't set that as a salary cap. That's now the minimum that each team must spend on payroll next season. Because if you're receiving between $200 and $210 million from the Central Fund, that's free money that you can just go out there and spend on your payroll. We don't have to worry about, where are we going to get this money from? How are we going to meet payroll? Every team's payroll should be the number that they brought in from the Central Fund the following year. So this year, every team's minimum should be between $200 and $210 million. If you don't meet those minimums, obviously, then you get taxed. That is the floor, in my opinion. Speaking of that, you think, okay, how many teams really were in that category of under $210 million? Do you realize only 12 teams met the $200 million threshold? 18 teams in Major League Baseball are spending less on their payroll than the free money that is coming in. That's not a player's problem. That's an owner's problem. If you're bringing in $200 to $210 million in free money from the central fund, and the average payroll is $175 million, and 18 of the 30 teams in baseball are spending below the amount of free money that they get, that is not a player's thing. That is an owner's thing. This is not about a salary cap. This is about the owners. You look at what the Pittsburgh Pirates payroll is, $80 million last year. They took in $200 million from the central fund. That guy profited $120 million and hadn't opened the damn doors yet and sold an effing ticket to a game.
Their payroll wasn't even $100 million?
Mac, only 12 teams in baseball were above $200 million as a payroll last year.
Not even at 100 is just, wow, that's
so
crazy.
That's how you get your salary floor right there. We're giving you $200 million of free money. That goes directly to payroll. You've got to spend that on payroll. The floor is done. And then here's the other thing you do. No more deferred contracts. All that money you spend now is put on the books this year, and that acts as your salary cap because now that's real money you got to pay out and you got to budget. You can't move it down the line for the next 30 years and break this thing out at $1 million per year. Get rid of those deferred contracts. You got to pay that money up front. That ends up being your salary cap because now everybody has a budget. So you've created a floor and you've created a cap without creating a floor and without creating a cap. It's just go about your business and do it the right way. These owners that are not spending money on payroll and are taking in $200 and $210 million in free dough from the central fund, man, that's where I have the problem. The St. Louis Cardinals spent $195, Seattle $181, Arizona $178, Minnesota $168, Baltimore $162, Milwaukee $155, Detroit $151, Colorado $146, Royals $131. The Athletics spent $79 million on their payroll last year. The Marlins spent $86. The White Sox spent $91. Tampa spent $103. All these teams are just pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars every year, and they're not putting it back into payroll. We don't need a salary cap. We need a salary floor, and we need these owners to be spending the money that they're getting for free on payroll. That's how we solve this crisis in Major League Baseball. It ain't that effing hard.
Whew. I wanted to do a Jim Rome thing there, but I'm going to let that sizzle for a little bit. Coming up next, it is ESPN Zone. Nate Taylor, he joins us next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is that spring break time of year, and you're getting excited to go out of town. Have your car get excited about being parked at Park and Go, because your car is going to love their spring break experience as much as you're going to love yours, because at Park and Go, your car is always protected. It's going to be happy undercover the entire time. You don't know what kind of spring weather is going to roll through, whether it's storms or even just hot heat, damaging the interior of your car. You want your car protected, and it wants to be safe too. So you got to park at Park and Go. Make your reservation for your car at bookparkandgo.com. Also, prepay. You get their lowest rate, and you're going to save money, and it's already taken care of. When you show up on the day of your flight, give them that reservation number, and they'll direct you right to that covered parking spot that's reserved for you. And the van meets you right away, and it's off to the airport terminal you go. When you get back, just grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
I hope you are sitting down. The ACA Marketplace has announced significant increases on monthly premiums, with deductibles over $10,000. You can enroll with Matt B. and KC at BBS Insurance's Freedom of Choice plan now. You don't have to wait. Their plan lets you use any doctor, has zero outpatient deductibles, and is 30 to 60% lower cost than most Obamacare plans. Also, there's no income disclosure required, so no potential tax penalties. If you're a small business owner or pay for your own health insurance, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Matt B. and KC for an instant quote over the phone. 816-205-4664. That's 816-205-4664. Or go to bbsinsurance.net. That's bbsinsurance.net. They will customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 435 southbound, off again, on again, heavy from K32 down to Shawnee Mission Parkway with construction. Also seeing slowdowns on the Missouri side, 470 westbound on the Grandview Triangle, then 435 stays slow from there across the state line towards Null. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
He's the only man in history to win a race in a hot dog costume and break national NFL news.
It's Baby Ralph.
Here's Nate Taylor from ESPN with Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
That's right, back at it here on 96.5 The Fan on a Thursday. Last good one weather-wise for a few days, and then we get that
weird weather coming.
Yeah.
Today's going to be great. The next 4 days are going to be like in the 40s and teens and all that kind of stuff. And then next week, this time, be back in the 60s.
They got your guy Jason Williams talking about Darryn Peterson on Get Up.
Yeah, I mean, it's an intriguing topic, you know?
Quote, I don't feel like he really wants to be there.
No, duh. He's biding his time till he can go to the NBA, of course.
Says he'd take AJ DeBanza over Darryn Peterson.
Well, let's
He
not
did?
go. Did he really?
He did.
Wow.
You can cut it. It's
Did
on
he
NBA,
really?
NBA Central on Twitter.
See, again, that's a guy who played the game, who thinks like that's a guy who's not adapting to what the new culture of college sports is right now. I'm not taking AJ DeBanza over Darryn Peterson.
No.
I watched Darryn Peterson play. He's a freak. I've never seen anybody like that. AJ DeBanza, a nice player, but he's not Darryn Peterson.
AJ DeBumza.
Okay. We go to a guy who is not a freak, but a good friend of ours. It is Nate Taylor, the Chiefs beat writer for ESPN. Nate, how do you want to do this? You want to start serious and end fun, or do you want to start fun and end serious?
I think my personality trait, and you know this, is to start fun and then get serious. And I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, guys, just get us to March so I can watch Darryn Peterson play in games that have legitimate stakes to them.
But there's no guarantee he will play a full game at that point in time. So you just have to appreciate what you're going to get, Nate. That's where I am. When he plays, it's awesome. When he doesn't, I'll go needlework or whatever, you know?
I mean, the fun thing was, you know, and again, I haven't watched every game, but when they played Texas Tech on the road, I said, okay, that's enough, guys. Like, the Baylor game was absurd because he was so good and efficient over time. Look, they beat Arizona. It's been a fun season. I don't know why people necessarily are complaining when we, as you guys have said all along, know what's kind of going on. I mean, Bill Self is like a yo-yo right now. It's hilarious having him go from like old school coach to like, what am I supposed to do again? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we paid him how much? Okay. Like, it's been really fun to watch Bill Self try to navigate this because it is so new, and he is, you know, of the old guard of, you know, coaches who legitimately mattered in the modern era of college basketball. But look, man, I just want Darryn Peterson to just get to the national tournament, man. You'll be fine. You'll be great. Like, it'll be fun. He's so talented. He's clearly by far the best player in the country, and it's not particularly close.
It's not particularly close, Nate. I mean, that guy just jumps off the screen, and so he's just been phenomenal to watch. But let's talk about the Chiefs here a little bit, okay? Where are we going with Rashee Rice?
Not to a great place, if you ask me. Now I will say this. You know, I've been covering, professional sports for like close to 15 years now. I understand that, like, once allegations are made of that magnitude, you know, and I'm talking about obviously Dakota Jones's Instagram photos of the alleged abuse, you realize at some point this will probably get to some, you know, documentation of some kind legally. You know, we had, I think, even discussed that last month, guys. Like, hey, you know, even though no police report had been filed, it's not like, again, I wasn't necessarily surprised that this was just going to, like, go away when she, like, removed the photos from her account. But again, I think she was legally advised to do that so that they could put together their best case in terms of a civil suit, which is obviously what happened yesterday. Look, I'll just be frank. He's probably already suspended, guys. And people should probably acknowledge that because he's already been suspended for violating the personal conduct policy. I think I've said this before on the show, but, like, part of the NFL's personal conduct policy is not threaten. Is like, hey, can you just not threaten another human being? Like, you know, and with this lawsuit now, and the NFL is still doing its own investigation alongside with the Chiefs, you know, based on where they are right now, it's not going to a great place when it comes to the football aspect of it. You know, there was some reporting, if I remember correctly, guys, where the NFL said, hey, we would like for you to come downtown and talk to a, you know, independent arbiter who's not, you know, I mean, as independent as you can get in all of this. But really it comes down to Roger Goodell and, like, some of the Players Association, you know, some of its influence and sway. But, like, the NFL wanted, 12 games? At least that was some report back of what he did about the car crash that was on video of him fleeing the scene and, you know, all the lawsuits that come with that from a financial standpoint. So, again, the NFL doesn't necessarily need to let the legal process play out. I know they've preferred to do that recently. But no matter where this sort of civil lawsuit goes, like, there is the allegation of photographic evidence where you are alleged to have abused the mother of your two children. You're already a first you're basically a second offender of the personal conduct policy. So the shortest conclusion to all this I can say is he's probably going to get suspended again. And from a, moving forward past 2026, it's really hard to suggest like the Chiefs, and I'm not the first person to say this, that the Chiefs are going to, even maybe get a 17-game season of Rashee Rice, let alone have any conclusion like he's, viable to give an extension based on, just how turbulent his career has been so far off the field.
Talking to Nate Taylor of ESPN, Nate, that kind of tells me, because I looked at it earlier in the situation where the second contract for Kansas City is nowhere in sight for Rashee Rice, I believe. If that's the case, and you probably, I say probably, can't get normally what you would think you would get in a trade for Rashee Rice with all these allegations out there and the history that's there as well, you might as well just play him and, use him for the year, but have no promise for the other side. But if he is, in fact, like you say, could be possibly suspended, and all we've heard this entire offseason is that the Chiefs want to be more accountable. Is this something where the big fella that wears the red jacket every Sunday on the sideline stands up in front of the team and says, hey, number 4 ain't with us anymore. We're moving on and we're ready for 2026?
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. Again, this is still an ongoing situation. Again, we'll see what happens with the civil lawsuit. I do want to make it clear, too, that Rashee Rice's own attorneys reached out, put out a statement suggesting that, hey, there's some affidavit that we at ESPN are definitely trying to find where she, based on Rashee Rice's attorneys, is said to have lied on an affidavit about, alleged abuse, or the fact that, hey, he never hit me, at least in one particular incident, is like the sort of first pushback that we got from Rashee Rice's attorneys. With that being said, there's no video evidence of this, and I think there is a significant reminder to us that, video can sway and move these things at a much faster rate than even photographic evidence from, past alleged abuse. Now, again, the lawsuit, if people aren't aware of it, she's saying that, again, while she was pregnant throughout much of this time, she was abused by Rashee Rice on repeated accounts or repeated occurrences, I should say, over an 18-month period. Now, how much you can sort of present that to a judge and have that be corroborated with, other evidence that we may not know as of right now, we'll see. On the football aspect of it, I think the Chiefs will let the legal process play out. They obviously have to adhere to the league. The league will do its own investigation, as I said earlier. They can make a conclusion if they want to, or they can say, hey, we want to let this lawsuit play out. Who knows if it ever gets to, court or whatever, or if there's some sort of agreement that'll be made later on. I remember listening to Carrington last night talk about that as it related to the whole very swift and sort of, combustible situation that Xavier Worthy had with his girlfriend. So, look, and again, those allegations are not nearly as bad as what is going on right now with Rashee Rice. So the Chiefs are kind of just like wait and see at this point. I understand, Dusty, you're saying like, hey, their second contract is never coming. It's too much of a trouble. It's a lot of headaches. But as of right now, with the I want to say this too, with the probation, with the payment of other victims of the crash 2 years ago now, the fact that, like, from a financial standpoint, he's on a rookie contract. So we all know that it's not, he doesn't have that much money, let alone all the legal fees that are coming down the road. It's difficult to say that the Chiefs are going to, I think, make a swift decision right now. But at the same time, the only thing that is legitimately in front of Rashee Rice's football career is 2026, and how much of that season he gets is kind of up to, again, how this sort of process plays out with the civil lawsuit and how much the league feels like, hey, you've been, you've continued to be a headache for us overall. What do you get? Do you get 6 games? I mean, there's in terms of playing, I should say, like, again, the NFL wants maybe 10 games, 12 games. Again, I'm sort of spitballing here based on just, information and precedent over time. But man, being a repeat offender on the NFL's personal conduct policy is double-digit games.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's a good chance that we don't even see him this year, Nate, play, because if the NFL does do, all of their due diligence and they come to a conclusion that he deserves to be suspended, he's already served a 6-game suspension. So this isn't a first-time offender. And this isn't really even a second-time offender. This is like the third incident I can remember since he's come into the league that's been in the news. It's been off-the-field stuff. And so there's no trade value right now. But I think if you're the Chiefs, you have to now enter this offseason like Rashee Rice is not part of your team. And now you really have to address the wide receiver position. How much does that change now the offseason approach from a football standpoint?
Right. I think once, if you asked me this question however many weeks ago, I would have said, look, pass rusher is still the overwhelming biggest issue that they've got to rectify in terms of player acquisition and approaching it with the draft, with that being the top priority. Based on this event and the fact that, look, we have a free agency situation where, again, they still got to re-sign Travis Kelce, right? They still got to get under the cap significantly with more, roster manipulation, a little bit of contract maneuvering in terms of restructures. Obviously, you want to support Patrick Mahomes as he gets through, the most. Nate, as much as I agree with the quarterback must go down and he must go down hard, who's going to catch the ball in 2027?
Yeah.
The only guy who is catching the football in 2027 is Xavier Worthy. I think people need to realize that. Yes, Jalen Royals had a redshirt year. We'll see what he does in year 2. But again, asking a lot of a guy who was a mid-round draft pick. They have to address receiver at some point. And again, I don't know how much of that will be a thing that you're going to see in free agency, especially early on, right? I still think there are more capable contributors in free agency at the running back, at the defensive line sort of area of the roster. But I'd be a little bit surprised if Cornell Tate is available at 9, but if he's available at 9, you kind of run to the podium and you sprint, right? There's Lemon as well available from USC. We'll see how many of those, top 8 teams ahead of the Chiefs are receiver needy. And I can argue none of them are as receiver needy as the Chiefs right now. But you have to approach this in the sense that we got to put around a collection of pass catchers in front of Patrick Mahomes that can ease him back into, getting through this injury. And again, Travis Kelce is going to be 37. I anticipate as of right now, he's going to return to the team. But if you want to take a receiver in the second round or the first round, or if you want to make some trade to get even more picks, a la the Tyreek Hill silver situation of 2022, I have no arguments now because Rashee Rice is not a guarantee really at any point in 2026 based on what we talked about earlier, and he's not on your books as of right now in 2027.
Nate, Trent McDuffie is another popular name for obviously way opposite reasons. Been a great teammate, been a great man in the community. But sounds like there's a lot of talk around what you could get for a trade for McDuffie. Do you believe Trent McDuffie is on this team next year or elsewhere?
Boy, I know we've talked about this before too. I just don't think that you're going to get as much of a trade package as Tyreek Hill in 2022 or as much as even Sauce Gardner did midway through last season from the Jets to the Indianapolis Colts for 2 first-round picks. This is not a Trent McDuffie issue, right? I mean, I think he is a phenomenal player. He has had no headaches when it comes to the Chiefs in terms of off-the-field, locker room, leadership, professionalism. Trent McDuffie's been an excellent player. He is still, to this day, until, late April, will be the highest draft pick that Brett Veach has ever had in his tenure as the Chiefs general manager. So it would be great if you could find a way to extend him so that you could structure his, cap hits again in 2027, 2028, 2029, to where you could soften that a bit so it could be somewhat team friendly. I would be in the position of wanting to retain one of my best players. I think it's really Chris Jones, Trent McDuffie, and then a wide gap between who is the third best defender in the Chiefs defense. That being said, if you could guarantee a first round pick, you you probably got to think about it because we all know, even though the salary cap is going to go up, the Chiefs need more draft picks now, and they need more players who are ready to be a contributor on a rookie contract sooner rather than later. And again, the NFL goes in like 3 to 4 year cycles. So what the Chiefs were able to do in 2022, I don't know if it's necessarily replicable, but it is a model of, hey, if we can coach these guys up, and we've seen all these changes on the coaching staff, so if the coaching staff is better now, maybe we can have some of these young guys at certain skill positions improve at a faster rate to maybe help the team get back on track to contend for the Super Bowl. All that being said, I would really come to Trent McDuffie and be like, look, here's Derek Stingley's contract. Can we just use that as a model to keep you around, and your salary is going to still be, for our purposes, relatively relatively easy for us to manage over the next 2 years. But if another team's like, hey, we'll give you a first round pick and let's say like a first and a third, ooh, buddy, now it gets really tough, because those draft picks and your salary cap situation make it a viable path if you really don't think you're going to be able to get Trent McDuffie on a contract that is favorable to both you and him. If this goes as far as it did with like Trey Smith, then trading, I think, actually becomes a higher priority, maybe a higher percentage of happening than what I would have anticipated a year or two ago.
You look at the other guy on the roster, you'd mentioned him already in this conversation we had with Nate Taylor of ESPN, Travis Kelce, right? You talk about, what's his impact on this team last year. Obviously, I don't know what you think a contract looks like for Kelce, but what would his impact as well look like if he does come back for one more year?
Yeah. Again, I looked at it a little bit like a week ago, because again, it had already started rumbling that like, hey, he's going to take time off, he's going to do everything, but like, the guy just loves football, and the Chiefs would be more than happy to have him return. So from a contract standpoint, I'm like, well, you could do a 1 year deal. You could even do a 2 year deal that's like kind of basically a 1 year deal with a little bit of a get out in 2027. If you look at the top 5 salaries, I mean, you can't like be disrespectful to be like, hey, you want to play for like $4 million? You're not going to do that. But I think there's a way for you to say like, hey, maybe it's, a nice little signing bonus. It comes down to like $11 million because like you're going to play, and there might be some incentives attached to it to where, hey, maybe you can make even more money, incentives that are maybe somewhat unlikely to be earned because of your age and your production. But at the same time, Patrick Mahomes needs to be his best friend when he comes back off this injury, right? Whether that's week 1 or week 4. And again, all I've heard is that the rehab is going very, very well with Patrick Mahomes. I know Travis wants to continue playing as of right now. Again, I anticipate he will likely come back based on everything I've surmised from all of this. So if you can find a way to say, hey, it's not going to be like $17 million, which I think was like somewhere around his cap hit last year, when you tie in everything that they did to restructure his deal 2 years ago. But look, you're still going to make, double-digit millions of dollars. It's still going to be worthwhile for you. You're still going to be an enormous presence in the locker room. And you're going to be able to still be a part of this offense because he's still a viable option. He was a top, 3 to 4 tight end in the league this past season. And again, with the unknown regarding Rashee Rice, with a projected, rookie receiver in the mix, it would be nice to know that like you always have that security blanket that you've had for the duration of Mahomes' career so far.
It's funny with Travis Kelce. I'm just kind of shaking my head because you listen to these nitwits, talk about him. And
oh, boy.
People talk, like this Mike Tannenbaum. I mean, I know it's the same letter network as you're at. Doesn't mean you got to agree with him and anything, but like watch a game, Mike, or open the spreadsheet and see the stats because people are acting like Travis Kelce did nothing last year. He was close to 1,000 yards receiving last year, for God's sakes.
Even every receiving category.
I mean, like these people that sit there and go, he had a down year. Where have you been?
Yeah, he improved basically in every category from like the year prior. When they made the Super Bowl. And again, you never have to worry about like the intent, professionalism, the route running, the production, the durability. I think has been one of the things that has been marvelous about Travis's career. Yeah, guys, I love my employer, and I love I love the fact that we can have various thoughts and views across this beautiful football game that is completely silly because the ball isn't round. That being said, I don't agree with my colleague, and at the same time, can't acknowledge that, hey, man, when Chris Oladokin was dropping back the last 3 weeks of the season, guess who was open more often than anybody else on the team? The guy was Travis Kelce. The problem is, they couldn't get the ball to him because the season was already doomed at that point. But I would encourage people to really watch the last 2 games against Denver, when Denver's like, anybody but Travis beat us. And even against the Raiders, Travis is like, well, I'm running around, but, man, I'm open. It's just, can't really get the ball to me. So if Travis does much of what he did this past offseason, I think I have a lot of confidence in the fact that he will be just as much of a productive player next season as he was last season.
Nate, we appreciate the time, man. Stay safe out there and continue to do the great work at ESPN for the Kansas City Chiefs in this wonderful town that follows all that stuff. So we appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And tell Darryn Peterson, man, just keep shooting and, just keep stretching. Hey, you're going to need to stretch a lot in the NBA. They play 82 of these things, dog. Just keep stretching, baby. Stretch and shoot. That is your only regimen. Stretch and keep shooting. You're doing well, my man.
Sounds like my life motto there, Nate. We appreciate it, brother. Nate Taylor there of ESPN. Coming up on the other side, Bill Self of Lawrence, Kansas. Is he over it? I think so. 96.5 The Fan, you're home for the Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed. Well, that's
brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at State Water Heaters, that is the way to go, because I know you hate cold water in the morning just like I do. Sometimes I turn on the shower and I'm like, I can make coffee, I can make breakfast, I can drive to work by the time the hot water heats up, and I don't want to deal with that anymore. So State Water Heaters is the answer. If you need to upgrade or replace, get a State Water Heater. They have a new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State, and it can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family. Our Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. And get it, these water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company. So don't miss the chance to put some real money back into your pocket. You gotta act now. Here's what we're gonna do. Tell your plumber to visit their local Reeves Weideman store. They can do that in person or at rwco.com and get a State Water Heater. If you want to learn more about State Water Heaters, just check them out at statewaterheaters.com. That's statewaterheaters.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, your favorite winter sports with same-game parlays. Live betting, earn BetMGM reward points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Sign up again with bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire in 1 to 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
The last 3 days of the winter sale is happening now at Peter's Clothiers. Save up to 50% off all suits, sport coats, and sportswear. Save big with sizes to fit every man. Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line Road.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Traffic for DM Entry Law. North KC, 29 southbound recovering. Earlier accident at Armour has cleared. Maybe some lingering delays for you coming down from Davidson. Northbound 29, also slow approaching North Oak Traffic Way with folks taking the Vivian and North Oak exit in order to avoid the detour at 169 Highway. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 Fan Traffic.
Moving right along, shout out to Nate Taylor of ESPN for joining us in that last segment. If you missed it, you can check out the app, the Odyssey app. Go find the Fescoe and Dusty icon. Check it out. You also have Mac Morey's voice in there as well. The 3-headed monster we call Fescoe and Dusty. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Like here with you on a Thursday morning. So we got another episode of it last night, fellas. We got the soap opera that continues to be called Darryn Peterson in today's college basketball. Because will
he make the nationals today? Have we seen? Because we've been watching the Olympics the last couple of weeks. Will the talking heads be screaming about him today?
He is the number one topic on Get Up this morning. With Jason Williams.
Okay, wow.
Jay Williams is not a fan. Kansas does play Cincinnati on Saturday at noon. I'm not sure how much you see of Darryn Peterson in that game.
Where is that game located?
Lawrence, Kansas.
Noon Saturday
against a 14-12 team.
Against Cincinnati. Probably going to take that game off.
I mean,
at least I would if I was him. At this point in time, lean into it, baby. Because we're getting close to the end, right? There's limited amounts of time. He's played it like this all year. The last thing that needs to happen to him is he goes out there and gets hurt. And then can't play the rest of the season and then jeopardizes his NBA, draft stock at being number 1. So
KU victorious last night to move to 20-6 overall. They win last night in the Gallagher Arena in Stillwater against Oklahoma State. 81-69 was the score there. Darryn Peterson, obviously the story of everything. He played 19 minutes and had 23 points. 2 rebounds, 0 assists. What a ball hog.
Yeah.
That's what we see on the text line. These guys didn't share the rock. Well, when you go 7-12.
No, we didn't.
Yes.
Oh,
dude.
my God.
I don't lie to you guys.
Some people did the Kobe for years.
Hang on a second here. Come on.
He's the Pat. Well,
who else do you want to see shoot the ball, man?
Especially when there's 7 of 12 from the field and 6 of 10 from the arc.
Holy crap. Stop living in 1985 where you have to have 3 passes before a shot, for God's sakes. Jen.
Max guy, Tiller, 10,
like
11,
Tiller.
10, 11, and 7.
Let's go.
JT.
Yeah. And then Badunga, another good night.
Yeah, he did.
11 rebounds. He just seems to be a horse down there, dude.
He's a hog on the boards, though, man. He's got to let other people get rid of this.
Melvin Council, 7, 3, and 7. So Tiller and Council lead with 7 assists each. Darryn Peterson leads in points scored and only plays 19 minutes. And then there was the video that surfaced, I don't know how long after the game, but it didn't seem like it was that long after the game. And it was what looked like Darryn Peterson hitting a 3 and then signaling to his coach, tapping out. I don't need to be here anymore. This team's trash. We're up by a bunch. Get me out of here. And Bill Self spoke to the media after the game.
Well, we've had it more than a couple of times. And I didn't anticipate that tonight at all. I thought he was good to go. But obviously we only got 18 minutes out of him. And that's disappointing because he could have had a really big night. But one thing about it is it's happened often enough that our guys have learned to play without him, even though that's not the way we want to play. But that's certainly something that we're not unaccustomed to, right now.
So that's the head coach at Kansas men's basketball team, Bill Self, talking about Darryn Peterson. And the two things I think you hear out of that is that everything you suspect that the team is wondering, the team knows. Like, the team knows that there are two different teams with this organization this year. There's the Darryn Peterson-led team, and there's the Darryn Peterson, I'm out of the game team. And also, that is clear and cutting evidence that Bill Self is now officially over it.
Yeah, Bill Self's done. Yeah, he's done.
With the tapping out of like, hey, I'm done. But
I
think,
I thought we were going to get more out of him tonight.
Yeah, and call it what you want, man. Like, Bill Self's like, hey, he's here. He's not going anywhere. If he wants to play, obviously I'm going to play him. You saw what he did last night in 19 minutes with 23 points. But Bill's right, man. I mean, Darryn Peterson could have maybe, I don't want to say like muzzled a little bit of the hate. If, like, let's say last night, just for instance, he plays 29 minutes. You with me? 29 minutes. But he scores 46. What's the take? Not enough? Cool. I want more. Are we in the same boat?
Oh, wow. That's interesting because for me, I'd be like, that was awesome. Because I thought last night was awesome, guys. I enjoy watching this kid play. Okay?
He shot 60% from the arc.
I mean, watching him shoot.
Minutes.
Watching him shoot 3-point shot, he's the best shooter I've seen at Kansas, okay? Paul Pierce is the best player. Billy Thomas was the best shooter.
Ever watch his game, Jeff Boschee?
Boschee could shoot, but not like this guy. I mean, this guy doesn't just shoot the basketball. He's a maestro at shooting the basketball, fellas. I mean, he doesn't hit the rim. He barely touches the net when he puts his shots in. He's that good. And I, as a sports fan, I sit there and I watch and I marvel because I've never seen anything like this before, and I'm not going to see anything like it again because once he goes to the NBA, no chance I'm watching his games because I'm not a basketball guy. And seeing him in the NBA, I hate to say it this way, he's just going to be another guy in the NBA because everybody in the NBA can shoot and everybody in the NBA is awesome. So what I'm watching right now is I'm watching a guy that is just better than everybody else go out there and dominate when he plays, and I'm getting a lot of joy out of that. I think the people who are now officially upset about this, now, and Bill should be upset about this if he thinks the kid's going to play and he taps out after 18 minutes. But Bill's also a great chameleon. He signed this kid. He knew what they were getting into when they brought Darryn Peterson in. But when you tell a coach or when a coach assumes that you're going to play all game and you're good to go and you don't, that's where the frustration sets in. But for me, I'm just enjoying the time that we get with Darryn Peterson because I have been able to, and I know a lot of people can't do this, but I've been able to accept where college sports is right now. And maybe it was because I didn't really care for a couple of years about college sports, but now I really like it, and I'm back into it, and I think it's a lot of fun. And if we didn't have this NIL rule or whatever in place, we probably don't get a chance to see Darryn Peterson play at KU. And I never would have gotten exposed to Darryn Peterson had he not gone to KU. So I take it personal, and I look at it from my standpoint, and I go, I'm enjoying the hell out of this. This is somebody like I've never seen a guy at this kind of level before, maybe ever in college where they go out and dominate like this. So I'm enjoying every single moment of it. Because I've evolved as a sports fan. I know what this is about. I'm not mad at Darryn Peterson. He's playing the system. And if you don't like the way the system is and you're a KU fan, then you need to tell Bill Self to stop recruiting the best players in the country. And then he'll tell you what he told me 10 years ago. You're an idiot. I'm not going to stop recruiting the best players in the country because you don't know what you're talking about. They're one and dones and all that work that goes through. We want the best players in the country. And so you get the best players in the country, and now you got to cut side deals and just accept who they are, because that's where college sports is. I'd rather see 18 minutes of Darryn Peterson than have Darryn Peterson playing in the NBA right now and me not getting the opportunity to watch this kid.
Yeah, what's more fun right now? Is it the Darryn Peterson roller coaster, or is it the Bill Self reaction roller coaster? Because that's what I'm having fun watching right now. Is Bill Self like?
Well, Bill's getting mad now, so that's good.
He's snip, snap, snip, snap. He's really tired of it. He's flipping from old school back to trying to be the new cool guy. What's next for him? What's his next reaction? Because obviously he's pissed, but he's not doing anything about it. I mean, Darryn Peterson kind of owns him. I don't know.
Well, but that's kind of where we are at this point in time, right? And again, that's where this.
Does he kind of stand up next and say no? Like,
I mean, what's he going to do? Okay, Darryn, you got to get back in there. Yeah, screw this. Then the guy walks off the court, and now you got Bill Self had a guy walk off on him. Now other players don't. So Bill's between a rock and a hard place. He's got to coach the team, but he also has to understand the new wave of college basketball. And for the coaches who don't want to understand the new wave of college basketball, then don't get involved with the new wave of college basketball. But if you're Kansas and Duke and Kentucky and all these big name places, you have to be involved and you have to adapt and you have to adjust and you have to realize that, you're getting these kids, but at the end of the day, you may not be getting a lot out of them. And I guarantee you, Darryn Peterson is just setting the groundwork. Other players are going to be like this moving forward next year at the collegiate level. And Kansas has got the number one kid coming in right now, right?
Do.
How's that going to play out next year?
Yeah.
What if this were to happen in football? Like a quarterback.
Yeah.
Say it's Arch Manning, right? A lot of people think number one overall pick, first quarterback taken, talent maybe takes another leap. And Eli, I don't know if I want to play this game against Southeast Missouri. I know it's the first, I'm good. Goes out in the first half, throws 4 touchdowns. Their team's up 28-3. He looks at, the Shark and just says, "Hey, I'm good." Does it have the same? Is it the same story?
I don't know the answer. That's a great question, Dusty. Like, like if it's against Southwest Missouri State and you go out there and you're up 28-3 and you don't play the second half, I get
Definitely
that.
Not. No, it's not a story then.
Yeah.
But if he's doing what Darryn Peterson's doing and not playing full games consistently, absolutely. It's a massive
Or
story.
you have the Red River shootout. I got the flu, coach. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Got to put in Colt McCoy's third kid.
Yeah, and we talking about his character and does he love football enough and can he be this leader? Absolutely.
And the difference, though, too, is you got a couple of college basketball games. You only have one football game a week. So I don't know if a football player, but who knows? I mean, literally a year ago, we did not know this was going to be taking place,
Also, part of it is why he gets to do this, what we've talked about, the privilege that he's earned because he is that good. You can show that in the basketball court in flashes. 15 minutes, here's 20 points, you're going to score a couple buckets, nice pass. You saw what you need to see. Like a football game, I need to see 4 quarters. What are you going to do in that fourth quarter when you're down and you got 2 minutes to go? Yeah, you're a quarterback. That's something that I need a full season out of you, buddy.
I think you're
thing.
right. I think you're right. I think if you're the quarterback, you have to play because people need to see how you're a leader. Darryn Peterson, you don't need a leader in the NBA. Guys are doing their own thing anyway. I know what Darryn Peterson can do. He's spectacular.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable to watch. He's
one of
my favorite things in sports to watch in years is Darryn Peterson. I know I only have it for another month and a half, because it's not going to be the same when he goes to the NBA. He's against grown men at that point in time.
I want to continue this conversation for just a little bit when it comes to Cooper Flagg. And I want to get your opinion, Mac, as well, because I think that you're probably more educated on this because I want to throw this theory out for you and the listeners and Bob as well here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I will tell you, if you want to feel better, my friends over at QC Kinetics are making that a reality, not just here in Kansas City, but all over the country. And 40,000 people are feeling better because of QC Kinetics. And 40,000 people said, stop, before you replace my knee or my hip and before I put my life on hold for months, there has to be another way without surgery. And there is. It's QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in cellular level treatments that revitalize joint tissue naturally. Patients who thought surgery was the only answer are getting their lives back thanks to QC Kinetics advanced regenerative treatments. QC Kinetics uses safe, natural treatments to activate your body's healing power with zero downtime. So get started now to ease inflammation and slow the progression of arthritis. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, Do your research. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 at State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The excitement of the Winter Games is well underway. Want to know why betting the Winter Games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angles and the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and get tense fast. Bobsled runs that go by in a flash. Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. Me personally, I have a wager placed on the United States to win gold in hockey. The Winter Games are packed with action, with different events and contenders every single day. You'll want to keep up with all the action over on FanDuel. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. 29 southbound gets heavy across the bridge, stays very slow into downtown with an accident 70 westbound at Oak Street. 70 eastbound also heavy approaching Oak coming over from Maine. Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. They have been in business since 2012, offering residential service and project work, light commercial and rooter service. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Look out for Max Minute on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This is Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
So we'll wrap up this Darryn Peterson discussion because a lot of people, I keep seeing this via text line, via Twitter, Facebook comments, texts from friends. We didn't see Cooper Flagg do this. So Mac, Asher, you guys tell me if I'm wrong on this. Shout out Asher.
Shout out Asher.
Bob, you as well, obviously. Cooper Flagg, like Darryn Peterson, projected number 1 overall. We good with that? We know that?
Yep.
Cooper Flagg probably got a lot of NIL money to play at Duke.
Totally. Yeah.
Right? Maybe Darryn Peterson and Cooper Flagg have different personalities. Is that too much to think that that's out there?
Yep.
Okay.
That could be a possibility.
And also maybe Cooper Flagg didn't know that he could do what Darryn Peterson's doing, which was, even if he did know that he could do that, that would tie into the different personalities. It is fair to say that Darryn Peterson has this type of me attitude because it would show that. Like, I'm here to tell you that. And yes, they have the similarities. Also, I would say that in a year like this year, where we might have the best freshman class since 2003, being the number one overall pick is going to be very, very profitable for a lot of things. Not only endorsements, but obviously the higher up you go in the draft, the more money you make in the NBA. So maybe Cooper Flagg, no matter what he does, no matter where he goes, is playing until you pull him off the floor. Darryn Peterson, I'm going to play until I get to the amount of money that I think is fine for me to finally let my body go out there and do whatever it wants. That's just two different folks. And again, I am not saying it is right or wrong. I'm just saying this guy might have found a loophole. And he was like, you know what? I can do this and I could be just fine. Because we just saw Caleb Williams hurt his hand and he's out. We just saw Toppin rupture his ACL. The second best player on BYU's team,
Richie
Achilles
Saunders.
tendon blown. And Cooper Flagg also got hurt going into the March Madness tournament last year and is probably a significant reason why Duke didn't do exactly what they planned to do in the end of the season. So again, I think in this year is different. Last year, Cooper Flagg was the number one overall pick, and we were discussing maybe, 3 or 4 other guys, like Con Knippel was up there as a really good pick that the Hornets got.
Yeah, like Edgecombe, there were a couple others,
Couple.
Nobody knows.
No one was close
there
to
are 12 kids that you could argue that you would take 1 through 12 in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
There's 6 that you could have a legitimate argument with. So I think that's kind of where it's different. Whereas Cooper Flagg just might be built that way. Where he's like, I don't care if I make 10 million or 100 million. I'm going 40 minutes. Whereas Darryn Peterson's like, I'll give you everything I've got once you give me everything you've got, and then we're good.
I mean, Darryn Peterson is essentially doing to what every employer, every employee wishes they could do. You know, like I'm giving you my value that you're giving to me, and I will leave when my value is done for the day. I mean, that's exactly what Darryn Peterson is doing. I can't. It's such a double-edged sword because you talk from a team perspective, but you also have to look at this player perspective. And I'll say this, for 50 years, however long it's been, they didn't take care of college athletes. And now college athletes finally have the upper hand, and a lot of fans don't like that. And I find that to be very sad, quite honestly, because for the first time ever, college athletes actually have an opportunity to kind of dictate their earnings. They have an opportunity to dictate what they want. They have an opportunity to dictate their future. And it's new, and it's all a new adjustment that we have to kind of get used to and have to understand as college sports fans. But like comparing him to Cooper Flagg, that's not fair for Darryn Peterson. It's not fair for Cooper Flagg either to have these kind of comparisons and say, well, he played, Darryn Peterson should play. But what does one have to do with the other? Literally nothing. I mean, what Cooper does at Duke or what Bill does at Houston or what Steve does at UCLA has no impact, no bearing, and nothing to do with what Darryn does at the University of Kansas. They're each their own. And, we don't know what kind of deals were signed when Darryn Peterson went to KU with the coaching staff, what his minutes were going to look like, how they were going to utilize him, what the game plan was. Because I'm sure they didn't go in blind. I'm sure they kind of went in with, like, this is what we're going to try to accomplish, his agent, his family. And KU agreed to bring him onto campus. And so you've made the deal. Now you have to live with the deal. You may not like the deal, but when you do a deal with the devil, sometimes this is what you get, and you have to be able to accept your consequences. And so the solution is pretty simple. If you're a KU fan and you don't like what's going on with Darryn Peterson, then you need to tell Bill Self to recruit second and third tier players. You can be a middling Big 12 team and maybe make it to the Sweet 16 every third year. Or we can continue to do what they're doing and going out and getting the best players and maximizing what we can get out of those best players instead of just getting rid of all of those best players. Because I'd rather have Darryn Peterson playing 18 to 20 minutes a game and being able to watch him than not having a guy like Darryn Peterson and this team be struggling and people wondering if Bill Self can still coach.
Yeah, 100%. Instead, we're praising Bill Self's coaching this year, right? That's took a complete 180. I would also say it's a good chance part of this is we don't know, and that's a problem with the NIL, right? We don't know how much money Cooper Flagg was making compared to Darryn Peterson. I would estimate Cooper Flagg was getting paid more than Darryn Peterson.
I would think so too.
He was known since he was 16 years old. He was at Duke. Darryn Peterson kind of hot off the presses and just kind of came on the scene kind of thing.
Right.
So I would lean towards, like you said, Dusty, different people, but also like these are marketed These are businesses at this point.
That's
These kids
exactly
are
right,
businesses.
yeah.
They're sitting down with their agents and their parents. All right, Darren, what are the goals for you? What do you want? I want to be the number one pick in the NBA draft. What do I need to do to get there? And that's what they discussed, right? Well, man, if you play a couple of these games, we can pick some games on the calendar. You show out. You show what you've got. Go heavy in March. We'll have your own shoe deal. You'll be the number one pick.
Right.
I mean, there's certain goals. There's different things. And maybe Cooper Flagg went into that meeting when he was 17, 18 years old. I want to be one of the best Duke players of all time. I've got 1 year, and I'm going to be the best Duke. Maybe that was what he wanted.
And that is a legitimate, because I was going to add to that. Maybe Cooper went into this thing and like dreamt of being a player at Duke for his entire life and wanted to go out there and dominate at Duke. I don't know if Darryn Peterson ever dreamt of being a Jayhawk. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but maybe that's why Cooper was different, because he dreamt for his whole childhood of watching these great Duke teams. I want to play for Duke. I want to go to Duke. I want to go to Duke. And then he had that opportunity and he took full advantage of it. But again, comparing what he did and saying it should be the same for Darren, no. What I do doesn't mean Mac has to do that, right? Like, it doesn't work that way, because player A did something doesn't mean now everybody has to follow in line because maybe you think he set a precedent. No, this is all up to the individual. It's all up to the deals that they sign with these universities, and it is the new landscape of college sports. And for me, as a sports fan that loves to watch stuff that you can't see anywhere else, watching Darryn Peterson has been fun for me this year. I guarantee you I wouldn't be watching college basketball if Darryn Peterson wasn't part of this show.
And I hear people all the time say, well, he's making $3 million. It's not like you guys have, that's a lot of money to me.
That's a lot of cash.
But I don't know if that's a lot of money to Darryn Peterson. So
I would say it's, well,
I don't know. And I don't know the answer to that, because like, you're not Darryn Peterson. I'm not Darryn Peterson.
Well, I think I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Like, yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of money to Darryn Peterson, but Darryn Peterson has the chance to make $300 million.
Yeah, right. So this is like
not
1%.
That is not hyperbolic.
And like, maybe the other thing too is that Darryn Peterson isn't looking at, life right now. He's looking at life in the future.
Yeah, $3 million to us.
Of
like,
course
dude, I'm
he
trying
is.
to make
Yeah,
six
he's not.
figures.
He doesn't care about here. He's just killing time.
Yes. And you talked about how Cooper Flagg's dream might have been being the best player in Duke's history. You know what Darryn Peterson's dream might have been? Hearing his name get called first in the NBA draft.
That's exactly right. And if that's his goals, well, he's on his way to achieving that. He is on his way to achieving that. And I don't think it's right for us to say what his goals should be either as fans, right? Just because you're a fan of KU, you shouldn't say, well, Darryn Peterson needs to play. Well, why do you want Darryn Peterson to play? Because you're selfish. And then now you're mad at Darren for being selfish, for taking care of his best interests when you want him to play for your best interests. And so there's never going to be an easy solution to all of this at all. There just isn't. It's just the world's evolving, and just go with the flow, bro. Like, seriously, just go with the flow right now. That's my best advice for all of this. Stop getting worried about it. Stop, stressing about it. Whether this guy, just go with the flow. If he's there, great. If he's not, they're still a pretty damn good team.
Yes, that's another great point. Thank you. They're an awesome team. I feel bad for the rest of the players.
I do too. Yeah,
they're great.
Yeah.
They're fun to watch.
Yeah, when the national title, everybody forgets everything.
Mm-hmm.
Be glad you're not the Chicago Bears, and also Sophie Cunningham. Whew. Yes, sir. She gets it. 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hy-Vee's got something new, and I am really, really excited about this because, as you know, I'm always watching the way that I eat. I love to eat clean. I love to eat healthy, and Hy-Vee is like, yeah, we got you, Bob, because we're committed to helping everyone stay healthy. That's why Hy-Vee's registered dietitians have created a new line of medically tailored frozen meals called Dietitian Dishes, and every meal is made from nutrient-dense whole food ingredients, including egg roll in a bowl, braised beef, Mediterranean chicken, spicy layered chicken enchiladas, and so much more. Dietitian Dishes come in 15 different varieties. They've got something for everybody. And they can be found in the Health Market frozen section or through aisles online. So you can order your groceries online, get healthy dietitian dishes, find them in the Health Market, only at Hy-Vee.
This is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford. Fresh off a record-breaking year and a successful run at Ford's 2025 Top Volume Award. Rob, how did you do it?
Kevin, it's simple. We pulled out all the stops on price, on trade values, on inventory, and made sure our customers got an experience they couldn't find anywhere else.
Well, the race isn't over. 2026 is here, and you're back in the chase again.
That's right, and we're going even harder this year. More inventory, more aggressive trade-in values, and a buying experience other dealers just can't match.
Well, you're not just talking, you've got the receipts. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in Kansas City by KC Magazine.
The recognition matters, but what actually matters is how you feel when you call or visit Rob Seid Ford.
Inventory, value, transparency, and no pressure. That's why people keep coming back.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit us online at robsight.com.
Rob Seid Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
Advent Health welcomes the KC Golf Show February 27th through March 1st at the Overland Park Convention Center. Test drive golf's big brands, shop 100 exhibits, and swing and putt for prizes. Front door rounds of golf and tickets at kansascitygolfshow.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and from changing seasons to unpredictable road conditions, having solid auto insurance gives you real peace of mind. With AAA, switching today means you could save up to 21% on your auto insurance. AAA offers dependable protection, personalized coverage options, and customer service that's always there for you. And when you bundle policies or insure multiple vehicles, you can save even more. Visit AAA.com. That's AAA.com.
Today, expect a mix of slight rain and mostly sunny conditions with a high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Back at it on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, and Dusty Likens.
Going out for the golfer today? You going to play some golf?
Yeah, 12:10 tee time. Good old Stone Canyon.
There you go. Get it in early because that cold weather's supposed to come in about like 5 o'clock today. It's really cool. Nick Bender put out a tweet from Channel 9 with the temperatures and how it's going to change as the day kind of moves along. So I hope you're done by 4 o'clock because then it's going to start getting a little cold out there.
I would hope so.
After all, it is February.
And I'm hoping that a lot of people, unlike me, just went out and played in the warm weather Tuesday and Wednesday. Yesterday was probably the perfect day of the week to play golf.
Yeah.
But had trivia night, had other things going on as well. But today it doesn't look like it's that windy outside, so hopefully it holds up. And then hopefully it's not crowded. But then again, when you go into a golf course, you're like, it won't be that crowded. I'm sure it happens in disc golf as well, where you're like, it's probably not gonna be that bad. You get there, you're like,
I think golf's different though, bro. Like you play, I don't. But every time I drive by a course and the sun's out at any level, they're out there. They're out there, these guys. And so people come out of the woodwork on these nice days to go play golf, but get it in, because I was telling my friend Jim out there skiing in Colorado. It's 12 degrees right now in Winter Park. So that weather's coming fast, guys. It is on the way. And then it'll be back in the 60s next week.
Yeah, I might go out and throw some discs today. I went to this place, DFX Discs, locally here, and they do custom stamps on their discs with local artists, and I'll have to bring some of them in. They look amazing. Cool. They were super cool, so they gave me some discs. I'll have to go throw them out there. But, yeah, great guys making cool discs and a good price. Really good stuff. Great product.
The NFL, no doubt about it, is a great product for a lot of people that enjoy the NFL. And the Bears. Oh, the Bears. They might be playing in Indiana in the future. Governor Mike Brown says,
he's the Indiana governor. Thank you.
Yeah, just trying to say that. The Indiana governor says Indiana is open up for business, and our pro-growth environment continues to attract major opportunities like this partnership with the Chicago Bears. We've identified a promising site near Wolf Lake and Hammond and established a broad framework of negotiating a final deal. If approved, the proposed amendment to Senate Bill 27 puts forward the essential framework to complete this agreement. Contingent upon site due diligence proceeding smoothly, the state of Indiana moves at the speed of business. He goes on to continue to talk about it, and Mike Garofalo says the notion of the Bears moving to Indiana grows. Illinois House Committee meeting that was scheduled for today to discuss funding for a stadium has been canceled.
What?
Indiana hitting the gas while Illinois is stalled.
Wow. Wait, you said Illinois canceled the meeting today?
Again, Mike Garofalo, the notion of the Bears moving to Indiana grows. Illinois House Committee meeting that was scheduled for today to discuss funding for a stadium has been canceled. Indiana is hitting the gas while Illinois is stalled.
Wow, that is insane. The Chicago Bears potentially moving across the state lines. Whoever they never saw you see that before, right? I mean, if these states aren't going to ante up, there's always somebody there. That's why you have to ante up for these stadiums. As much as people hate paying for them,
you hate seeing them leave.
You hate seeing them leave. Yeah. Oh, see you, Royals going to Nashville because you can't get anything done around here, right?
Right.
So you don't want to see something like that happen. That's why, people get mad about Kansas or whatever. Suck it. Okay, the Chiefs are still in town.
Grateful. Yeah.
I mean, do you want the Chiefs to go, well, we couldn't get a deal done here, so now we got to move to
Nebraska,
wherever. Just throw out a name.
You know what's funny about that? Quick golf comparison. A lot of guys will complain about like a $50 tee time.
Yeah.
But they'll be happy with like a $30 tee time. Well, you know what's funny is where you play cheaper, it's not as kept up nice. But if you pay the extra bucks, you're going to have a Marshall on the first tee. You're going to have good greens. You're going to have good courses. You got to pay sometimes for the stuff that you really want to enjoy.
That's exactly right. And it's time for Kansas to pick up the tab for all these years, right? I mean, the majority of people now live on that side of the state line, and Johnson County is growing, and Wyandott's growing. We all know the story there. And so maybe that's what's happening in Illinois. I mean, I don't know how far this county is. Like here, we're going across the street, right? I don't know how far this is from the fans in Chicago that are going to be going to this game, because, I mean, you look at a map of Chicago. If you live on the north side of Chicago and you have to drive all the way through the city to get to Indiana to go to the game, chances are you're probably going to pass at that point in time, because Chicago traffic is a lot worse than what we have here in Kansas City. It takes you hours to move around. Anybody who's ever been up there knows how bad that traffic is. I wonder what that is going to do, though, to their fan base, and how many fans are going to say, I'm not driving all that extra. Here you're going across the street. It's not that big deal.
And where are they going to park?
Yeah, that's true, Dusty. I don't know where these people are going to park in Indiana. I mean, but I'm just wondering, like, how far into Indiana, how much of a struggle, if you will, that would be for people who normally go to Bear games, and what kind of inconveniences. Because there's no inconvenience here. You just turn left instead of right now when the Chiefs open their new stadium. But Chicago, man, if you're on the north side and you got to go all the way around the city and through the city to get back down under the lake into Indiana, I don't know if a lot of people are going to do that. We'll see.
I have a question maybe you're more educated on than I am. What does that do to their market, like their sports market, losing an NFL team? Now, I know they still have the Bulls, the Blackhawks, the White Sox, the Cubs.
But it's still the area, it's still it's like Overland Park type stuff, but it's still it's further out than like Indiana for Chicago is like that's night and day compared to Missouri and Kansas. It's just a different
I drive
beast
to
up
both
there
states every day.
Every day, yeah. Now, some people do commute from Indiana, but it's not exactly close, and so traffic wise, it's gonna be fun to kind of watch that one play out because that's a bigger move than the Chiefs moving to the Kansas side. That's not a big deal. This is actually a pretty big deal.
I'm wondering if Drew Nixon would lose his fandom for the Bengals and become an Indiana Bears fan. Indy kid. He could jump on the Caleb Williams thing. Take Caleb Williams and the Bears in Indiana over Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
And this comes from a senior writer over at Sports Illustrated, basically saying this feels like an inevitability, barring a major change, of course, from the state of Illinois. So Indiana Bears kind of feels like that's
they canceled their meeting in Illinois.
Yeah. They gave up. Like they waved the white flag.
GG's.
Yeah. Missouri with the Chiefs, they didn't know what was going on, right? Indiana or Illinois just quit. And we're out. We're done.
Forget it.
Enjoy them, Indiana. You guys can,
Bears, whatever.
You guys can foot the bill. But again, Indiana, they are suburbs of Chicago. It's just a different type of suburb from where it is here in Kansas City. It's a much bigger city. It's much harder to get around. It takes longer to get around.
Across the street, my ass won't go to any games in Kansas, and the fans of Chicago will do the same thing.
Okay, can I have your name, please? And I will give that to Mark Donovan and Clark Hunt because I'll put you on the ban list. I'll make sure they know that you don't want to go. It'd make it easier on yourself that way, like the casino list.
My question is, will you still watch the games? And if you give up the Chiefs as a fan because they moved to Kansas, and you pick up a new team, aren't you doing the same thing?
Kind of doing the same thing, Dusty. Yeah. You're just making sure they know, right?
Because I stumped one of my old coworkers at Jackstack, and I was like, I think the Chiefs might move to Kansas. He goes, well, if that's the case, I'm no longer a Chiefs fan. I said, so you're just not going to be a fan of football? He's like, no, I'll get a new team. I was like, wait, what? Like, who would you root for? He's like, Minnesota. I was like, oh. He's like, I got family there. I was like, oh, that's cool. So you'll just not follow the team that you know that moved 60 miles west, but you'll go be a fan of a team. Okay, sure. Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
And what was the answer?
He just walked away.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. It was like those reporters that are out there interviewing people, turning them into morons on the street, the true liars or whatever that is, those guys.
Beautiful liars.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's like, where you stump them and they don't know what to do. Because most people have arguments, and they're all low-hanging fruit arguments, and they're all surface area arguments. And then you take that next step, and 90% of the people don't have the next step to take because they're not thinking about that, right? They're not thinking about what the next step is going to be. And they're not thinking because they're sitting around with their buddies going, yeah, it's a Chiefs move. I'm never going to be a Chiefs fan again. I'll get a new team. And everybody's like, yeah, I agree with you. And then you go, well, what team are you going to root for? And he said, Minnesota. And you go, well, isn't that doing the same thing? The guy's like, I got to go. I got a thing.
Now, I will say, I do live in the state of Missouri, so I've been around Missourians my whole life, and there are just true staters.
No, of course.
And I mean, I don't, but hey, here's, like you had just mentioned, if that's your thing, then stand on it, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
If you're like, I hate the Jayhawks, I'm from Missouri, and I'm a Missouri fan, awesome. I hate the Chiefs now they go to Kansas because that's Kansas and it's affiliated with Kansas, done. I'm like, that's fine. If you're willing to, it's like Vahe Gregorian. I am over Bill Belichick. Here's why.
Yeah.
I don't care whether you like it or not. Okay. You put your face to the words, and I'm cool with that. You stand on business of your opinion. That's fine. But I don't want to see you, what's the score of the game? Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Scrolling through your phone. What do you do? Nothing. Yeah. Right. But see, let's piecemeal this out and kind of relate it to Darryn Peterson for a second. The Kansas fans that are mad at Darryn Peterson, you're not enjoying what Darryn Peterson is providing to you, right? He's providing great entertainment. He's a wonderful
half the time.
Yeah, but so it's better than none of the time, right? And so if you're one of these folks who are not going to be a Chiefs fan anymore because they're moving to the Kansas side of the state line, well, you're only hurting yourself. The team doesn't care. Quite frankly, They'll find somebody else. They're not that worried about you not showing up to their games anymore. And so you think you're spiting them, and you think by canceling your ticket, it's going to have an impact on them. And it's not. It's not even going to register for the team. And so when you make those statements that I'm not going to go if they're in Kansas, you're only hurting yourself. And as Dusty said, really? Is that really something that you want to do? Is take a team that you've rooted for your whole life, and because they built a brand new, beautiful stadium that's going to make them one of the premier franchises and premier entertainment destinations in the world, and you're mad about that, so you're going to give up your fandom? You're the idiot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought the text line made a great point. Man, I feel bad for the Colts.
But Indianapolis, it's so far away. It was like St. Louis to here, type of thing.
Yeah.
And we need these owners to be spending the money that they're getting for free.
Yeah, dude. Baseball. Spend money, because I'm worried about baseball.
Are you, Dusty? Tell me about it. Tell me why. Tell me why.
I'll spend like 4 minutes on this because I've always thought that they were one more away from completely destroying the game of baseball. And I was really rocky road, rough waters when they implicated the pitch clock, talks of the ABS, and the ghost runner and the extra innings in regular season games, because baseball is such a traditionalist sport. And I thought those were two like millennial of ideas that wouldn't get people along. Boy, was I wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Brought a lot more people to the game. Youth, in fact, into the game. We're seeing a renaissance in baseball. We're seeing young guys come into the league that a lot of people had maybe just prior watched in the College World Series. College baseball, similar to college basketball, am I wrong? You don't really watch a lot of LSU regular season games, but when the College World Series starts to get picked up, you're like, all right, now I know some of these kids. Same with March Madness.
You want to see what team is going to have the most shots at that bar in Omaha.
Sure. It's a fun little bar, too. Goldeneye went, but they weren't open.
That probably opens only for the World Series, right? Yeah.
We were a week early, but they had everything set up where I was like, man, I found like 4 places that would just absolutely slay when it comes to the College World Series. But again,
it's a great event.
I will be there in the next 3 years.
Let me stop you real once. Years ago, when they were playing at the old stadium, my buddy Rob Berryhill, who sits behind home plate at the Royals, and our other friend Jim Beeman, after my show one morning, we were done at 9 back in those days. We got in the car, we drove up to Omaha, watched games all day, came back that night. It was great.
It's awesome.
It was great. It was awesome. So much fun.
Yeah. And if baseball, I think, gets to this point, it's almost like... It almost seems like they're headed into, like, I know this is really random and wild out of pocket, but it seems like baseball's headed to like a civil war. Because you're going to have the rich against the poor that are players, like you had mentioned, where there's guys like Bryce Harper who make a ton of money, and then there's guys like, I don't know, Kyle Isbell. It's like, bro, I don't make that. I can't afford to not play baseball.
Even Ohtani, because he's got the big contract, it's all deferred money. He's only making $1 million or something like that.
So you're going to have brothers fighting brothers within the own system.
Inside their own locker rooms,
then you're going to have owners against owners, and then you've got the union aspect on top of all of it.
Right.
And it just seems like this is something where it's like, all right, I'm done. I'm going to ride the coattails of the NFL. Baseball, get bent. I'm done with you. I really am worried that if they completely lock out, which I think it is going to get messy, I think we are just now at the tip of the iceberg. And I think what's below the water is something that we're not ready for. And it's going to be not fun. I think this is going to be one of those things where, like, all the people that I'm of age of that were young kids when the strike happened in 94, and now we're moving towards when we were teenagers, the steroid saga happened, and you're like, oh, everybody cheats. And now this is it. To give a metaphor to baseball, this could be strike 3, you're out.
I don't disagree with one thing you said. And if it does happen, Dusty, where it is 1994 all over again.
And I pray it doesn't.
I do too. I mean, I'm on my knees every night praying.
Because I'm selfish and I want to watch Bobby Witt Jr. play. I want to watch Paul Skeens pitch. I want to watch Jack Caglione play. I don't want to watch my team not play.
Right, exactly. We all want to see this take place. And the problem that you run into, and it just drives me nuts, is how the richest people in the world can be the dumbest people in the world. And they don't look and they don't understand what's going on around them, right? I think every rich person should hire somebody who's barely making it by and get the perspective from them every day, because
Snoop
we
Dogg
see
does that. He rolls his blunts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's got the blunt roller, right?
60 grand.
It's a brilliant job. Every baseball owner, John, if you want me to be your blunt roller for 60 grand a year, let me know, like one of those things. And I will tell you what you're not seeing, because you're a millionaire, billionaire, and you don't understand how the rest of the world works. And I will tell you this, and this is all the owners, because for me right now, when I look at baseball, it is a 1,000% ownership problem for me. It is not the players, and it is about these owners that are so cheap and refuse to spend money on their payroll. The salary cap, I'm done talking about that. Baseball does not need a salary cap to fix its games. It needs its owners to spend money. And what I mean by that is pretty simple. Major League Baseball has what they call the Central Fund. All national dollars go into the Central Fund, whether it's TVs, money, radio, whatever money goes in there that they all share, merchandising, all that kind of stuff. It is the national money that gets pooled together and then divided by 30. Every single team gets the same amount of money from the Central Fund. Last year, the Central Fund contributed between $200 and $210 million to each team. Only 12 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball had a payroll last year of $200 million or higher. 18 of the teams in baseball had payrolls less than the free money that they receive from the Central Fund. And so what I'm saying right now is, whatever that Central Fund number is, that needs to be the minimum payroll that every team in baseball can have the next season. That's where it needs to start. You're getting free money, owners. You're to the tune of $200 to $210 million per year. That needs to be the baseline of every team going into that next season. That's how you fix the game. You make these skinflint teams that aren't spending spend money and raise that level, creating more high-paying jobs. And then the other thing that you do, you get rid of deferred contracts. If you're going to sign Ohtani to a $750 million contract over 10 years, you better be ready to write a check for $75 million per year. You can't spread that out over the next 30. You want to see the spending reeled in real fast if they do something like that? That'll stop the Dodgers. That'll stop the Mets. So you don't need a salary cap. You just need to get rid of deferred contracts, and you need to make sure that all of these teams are spending on their payroll the exact dollar that the Central Fund money contributed, because that's free money before you even sell a ticket or do anything at your own stadium. This is not on the players. This is on the owners. 1,000,000%, this is on the owners of Major League Baseball. And until they can figure it out, here's where we're going to sit talking about this kind of stuff. And that's, Dusty, is what scares me, because I don't believe millionaires and billionaires have any clue what Americans go through every single day. And if you're fighting this out in the public eye, nobody's going to take the side of anybody. And this is all about the owners. It's no longer on the players.
And this isn't like a shot at Mac, but like where I'm trying to get into hockey, which is way below where Mac is at baseball. Like Mac plays MLB The Show.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to kind of learn the analytic form of baseball. I would say Mac understands baseball. This is something where I think a fan like Mac would see this and be like, all right, well, if they're not trying, I'm not trying.
Yeah, like what would you do if baseball went away next year?
GG's, baby.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Find something else.
And that's the thing that that baseball owners seemingly don't understand. Your sport is a thing. It's not the thing.
No.
It's not the thing that people are lining up to do.
Well, it's America's pastime.
Well, it was, yeah. We've got other things. We have got so much entertainment right now. In 94, we found football, and look what's happened since then. Yeah. If you have a 94 all over again, you're a niche sport at best.
Yep.
Moving forward, at best, you might as well get stadiums the size of the T-Bones, because you're going to chase a lot of people away. They're going to find something else to do, and then you're going to have to work twice as hard or 3 times as hard to win those people back.
And you'll see people like Steven Spector playing baseball, because he'll go up to a coach that wants to, some guys to play. Be like, what can you show for me? I can hit a cutter off Mariano Rivera. Give me 100 pitches. Speaking of people not right for places, apparently Sophie Cunningham is not right for Los Angeles. She goes on her TikToks and she has some opinions on cities. She says, so I promise you I'm not being judgmental, because I think this is a place, there's a place for legit everyone, and some people thrive in different areas. I don't think I'm an LA girl. That's right, honey. You a Mizzou lady. Come on home. You can come back home.
Why would she want to do that? There's no team.
No, but there's her alumni's here, and her future husband is in Lee Summit, Missouri, home of the Tigers. Duh. And she
Bob,
said, like,
come on.
at all, it's just weird. People don't dance in LA. People don't even say, like, hi. They have no personalities. They have no personalities at all, and they all look the same. Is that weird? Please tell me that's not weird. All these personalities you see on, like, Instagram and TikTok, all these famous influencers, I think I'm glad they found their space, or where they can feel like they can be themselves and gain confidence online. But if you can't speak to people or look people in the eye, like, in person, is that not, like, I don't know, weird? Am I weird? I mean, I know I'm weird, but, like, people get used to talking into their phones. Talk to someone in person and look like yourself. Ugh. End quote, Sophie Cunningham.
She was also not excited to go to Cleveland or Detroit last year, from what I understand, right? Because those cities weren't good enough. So now she doesn't like L.A. Now she doesn't like...
She said that's not where the WNBA should expand.
Because it was not exciting or whatever the case may be. But I also think, though, Sophie Cunningham understands and gets it. And she understands the off-the-court stuff more than anything. I don't know anything that Sophie Cunningham does from a sports standpoint. I would guarantee most people probably don't even know what sport she plays, right? If you ask what sport she plays, some would say soccer, some would say basketball, I don't even know who that is, from a sports standpoint. Sophie Cunningham understands how she's taken the sport and she's using it to move her life forward and get herself set up for after sports. And that's what I love about that. She's not famous because of sports. She's using the sport to make herself famous. And she's going to become more famous after playing and during playing with the off-the-court stuff than she will ever with the on-the-court stuff. She's playing this beautifully. Like, she's unbelievable with the way that she's managed all of this off-the-court stuff. It's all very pointed. It's all done with a purpose. She understands that you're not making any money in the WNBA and they're going to go on strike. They'll never come back. Nobody cares about that league if they go on strike. I mean, they're stupid if they go on strike and they don't play. You're never going to win the court of public opinion, there. So Sophie Cunningham understands that she's using basketball as a step to the next, just like a lot of athletes do. And I love the fact I can't wait to watch her post-basketball career, because I think she's going to be a major player, from an entertainment standpoint and an influencer standpoint in the United States.
And as my wife, she'll probably come in and, fill in sometimes on the show here in the near future. She doesn't know yet, but she could.
Yeah, she's welcome.
No, more than welcome. She can even keep the last name. She shouldn't even be Sophie Likens. She should just be Sophie Cunningham.
And her doing this stuff's going to help the WNBA more than anything she does on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Fescoe and Sophie will have legs.
Yeah,
for sure.
it will, yeah.
Yep, for sure. I think it's good.
Talk to you later.
Bob and Cunningham.
Yeah, hey, that's good.
There you go. Something that made a lot of people not like pissed, but pissed coming out of spring training here on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for the KC Royals.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts, with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
At Casey's, when someone asked for a cup of coffee that wouldn't put them in debt, but still had freshly ground beans, rich flavor, and a price that starts with a 9 and ends with a D9 cents, we were too nice to say no. Now get a small coffee, just 99 cents. Limited time only. See store for details.
The last 3 days of the winter sale is happening now at Peter's Clothiers. Save up to 50% off all suits, sport coats, and sportswear. Save big with sizes to fit every man. Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line Road.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, your favorite winter sports with same-game parlays. Live betting, earn BetMGM reward points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Sign up again with bonus code DUSTY and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you do not win your first bet. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire in 1 to 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Back here on 96.5 The Fan, final segment here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. Sometimes it's weird with our text line and like Twitter or whatever it is. By the way, I want to give a shout out tonight, 6 o'clock p.m. Josh Verner's Hot Stove Show is tonight, 6 o'clock on 96.5 The Fan. I will be fanboying out. He will have Jack Caglione and Chris Bubich on the show. Mac, you want a trivia question?
Smash.
Bob knows the answers.
All right, hit me.
Mute his mic, Mac. Jack Caglione went where in college?
Florida.
Okay. Chris Bubich went where in college?
Nope.
Where did Andrew Luck go to college?
Stanford.
There you go.
All right, there you go.
Shout out Stanford Joe. If you know, you know. I will say this. So sometimes we get like these like cross parallels, I think is the right way to say this. Because, like, I'll see on the text line, someone will say something that has nothing to do with what we've talked about, but it's something that we could talk about, if that makes any sense. And then you'll go to, like, Twitter later that night, and you'll see kind of the same sort of energy. And we got a text the other day, and it was like, have you guys seen the price of these spring training hats? And I had just seen the spring training hat, and I thought it looked kind of cool. You know, the dark blue rim, and then the light blue hat with like a little spring flower on the side. Very cool hat. And
I didn't even look at it because I saw the price first, and I just moved on.
And then I saw Royals Review, who does a ton of good stuff of writing up on the Royals, and they said, excuse me, at what cost? $55 for like the traditional baseball style flat bill new era spring training hat.
But
now,
it has a patch on it,
and it's not just a Royals hat. It's like all the spring training hats. $55.
I got to figure out how to make money on this. I really want to.
Think they did. And I think it's interesting because like we all have something that is our guilty pleasure that we will spend on, right? Like I'm a grown man and I buy baseball cards in a live auction. Sometimes it's $35. Sometimes it's $75. Sometimes you get lucky and it's in the teens. I also am very bad at spending on golf stuff. Like, I could use a new head cover. Why? You don't need it. It's $32. Why are you paying that for a head cover?
Because it looks cool.
Right, and it's new. And again, like, I will say, that I have paid a lot of money for hats. Like I have paid a melon hat is like a popular hat. They're like $68, dude.
Good God.
Now they're water resistant. They're well put together. You probably don't need to buy a bunch of them, but you will see a lot of middle-aged men in Lee Summit rocking a melon hat. I'm sure you'll see
I don't know if I've ever seen one. You'd have to show it to me.
I'll wear one.
I see most middle-aged men wearing Travis Matthew hats.
Which those are probably $40.
Yeah, oh yeah, those are not cheap.
$79 right now.
For a melon hat. They're sick, though, and I have two. One I bought, one was given.
And that's when you buy it on Klarna and you pay 4 easy installments and you don't really notice the $20 hit every month.
So it's crazy that a spring training, is there anything that it doesn't matter what it is, you'll buy it?
I don't know. That's a really interesting question because I was trying to think about what you're kind of addicted to and what you like to buy and stuff. And for me right now, it's travel. I just want to go everywhere, and I don't care. I'm just buying plane tickets, right? We're going everywhere. And these hats, I've seen these things before. Those are $70. Oh my God. So
like shoes? Because you walk a lot, you work out a lot, so you're getting your investment.
I have a lot of shoes. Yeah, you have to buy good shoes. My good friend told me one time, and I really do believe this to be the case. And so that's why I'm not mad at you when you say you spend $70 on a hat because she says cheap people pay twice. And she's not wrong about that. Like, if there's something that you really want, invest the extra money because it'll last a lot longer and you won't be buying a new one every 2 years. Let's say you bought one of these melon hats and it lasts you for the next 10 years or whatever it is, right? Or you bought a cheap one and you're buying a new one every year for $20 a piece. And now you've already spent more money than that initial investment. So I understand that. But for a baseball cap that's like a spring training cap that you're probably not going to wear a lot, that does seem like a lot for a baseball cap. You want to make these games and events, affordable so you can afford to take your family to this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when you take a family of 4 to the game, you can buy a lesser hat, but then it looks like it's a lesser hat. Or if you want your kid really wants something and it's $55, I had to tell my kids the other day, they asked for something. I go, guys, we can't afford that right now. There's no way I can afford that right now. I'm sorry. And I felt bad that we couldn't afford to get them what they wanted at that moment in time. And I feel bad for parents who have to have those discussions. It sucks, but it does teach your kids a little bit. But you shouldn't have to go to a baseball game and have to take out a small loan in order to buy a cap at the game. The best comment I saw, Dusty, was somebody said they should just price them at $59.50 and be done with it. Hey, if you're going to go to 55, you might as well price it for the brand.
I can't spend 55, but I do love some people though, right? Because I have a problem with shoes. I have a problem sometimes with clothing that I probably shouldn't pay for, but damn it, it looks really cool. And someone says, I've been going to spring training basically my whole life. I was born there. I will be paying $55 for the spring training hats because I'm a degenerate.
There you go. But if that's something you like to do, like when we do our baseball trip every year, we all buy a hat from wherever we go,
But it's probably not $55.
About a $35 hat.
That's about the going rate, I'd say.
Yeah.
Because you've probably got guilty pleasures, Mac. Like,
I don't know.
Disc golf?
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but I don't
So
spend.
you get sponsored?
Yeah, exactly. Once, DFX steps up there. I don't know. I mean, I'm bad with food, honestly.
Really? Like, what do you mean?
Like, he'll go order a $60 filet because he wants it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, like, that's exactly
I'll add
what
the
I thought
lobster
of.
tail.
I'm
I know
adding
it's going to,
Yep. Sorry, it sucks. But I just want it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I feel that.
No, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. Sometimes you have to treat yourself.
Yeah, with
you
food I
know?
do. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to treat yourself. Like if you go through life and you never treat yourself, what are we living for, right? You have to enjoy some of the good things in life. And hey, man, 55 is out of my price range for a ball cap. But if that's something that you do that makes you happy and you like it, yeah.
Of course. And you guys know me, big hat guy.
I love hats too.
I literally, top of my closet is just hats.
Yeah.
It's hats and baseball cards. I need to grow the F up.
Hats and baseball cards.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm married with 2 kids and they're ready to go to college, and I got hats and baseball cards too. So it's not a grow up thing. It's what you like. Yeah, it's okay. It's it's okay to have.
But I got
guilty
moves
pleasures.
you've never seen. Okay. I don't.
But then you have this. Then here's another one. Like $55 for a hat. Somebody just paid $1 million for Cooper Flagg's NBA debut game worn jersey.
How much?
$1 million.
Wow.
And then when he goes into the Hall of Fame,
Yeah, it's
it'll
gonna be
sell
worth
for
way
more.
more.
And yeah.
Or do you not? Maybe you don't sell that. Maybe
Yeah,
you're
maybe
just a
that's your
huge
thing.
fan and you've collected it and you put it up on
really
your
cool.
wall and you wanted,
It's really cool.
that, you wanted that jersey because you're a big fan. So yeah, the whole thing of like, oh, this is overpriced, but people continue to pay it, and
Right.
some people don't mind because that, like you said, we used to do bobblehead dolls all the time, right? The bobbleheads, and then they got out of hand with the bobbleheads. It used to just be a simple bobblehead that was actually built nice out of ceramic. It wasn't plastic. It was a nice bobblehead, and then everybody started collecting them. We're like, all right, we got to move on because these are now junk and they're twice the price of the ones that they used to be. So we've all switched to baseball caps right now, and you got caps of teams you'll never root for. But hey, that's what you do when you go for the weekend.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's what's fun about it. Yeah, we've got one guy in the text line says, I go to spring training every year. I will buy this hat because I am a degenerate.
Yeah, that's what he said. Thanks for listening.
Sorry about that.
I didn't say it.
I like it
Kiss my ass. Perfect. Hey, fun show today, guys. Short week. Tomorrow is Friday. Don't forget the Royals play, I believe, on
Tomorrow,
the air.
right?
Tomorrow
Yeah.
at 2:00. You'll hear Ryan Lefevre's voice, possibly Jake Eisenberg's voice. I know that I'm hard. And you'll hear Josh Verner's voice tonight, 6:00. Jack
You won't hear
Cagney,
Carrington's.
Chris Bubich. They're on tonight on Vern's Hot Stove at 6 p.m. on 96.5 The Fan. Go do something nice for somebody you never know. Change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Take some time off. Evaluate yourself and enjoy yourself. Take care, Kansas City. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a Thursday. Coming up next, Cody Golden Drill.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circa Sports. From pro and college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circa Sports has it all. Circa Sports isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circa Sports has you covered. Download the Circa Sports app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh,
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
J. Rieger & Co. Oh, so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City. J. Rieger & Co. Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Winner of Best Craft Bourbon at the 2025 Ascot Awards. At 90 proof, it's rich, well-balanced, and oh, so good. Quality crafted in Kansas City.
When severe weather hits, tune in to 98.1 KMBZ for Operation Stormwatch. Brought to you by Century Roofing. Proudly voted the #1 roofing company in all of Kansas City. CenturyRoofingKC.com. Listen to the Royals Spring Training Opener on Friday, February 20th, starting at 2 o'clock right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports.
But of course, the Rashee Rice news broke, and it centers around a certain draft prospect and comparisons that are being made about that player. Maybe it'll talk you into thinking about a different position that I think is on the mind of people